Right, we are up and running. We are officially live. Let's make sure my microphone is working okay. Good, that looks good. The stream looks healthy. We are all ready for the final. The final. We had the first final with Pragg and Carlson a few days ago. Round 1, round 2, both ended in draws, and today is Judgment Day. We are here, ready to announce the winner of the FIDE World Cup. Who will it be? Will it be the 18-year-old Wunderkind from India, Pragnananda, or will it be the greatest, probably, possibly, greatest chess player ever to play the game, the Norwegian machine, Magnus Carlsen? Who will be the winner today? Only time will tell. If you are just joining, they have not started yet. We've got the board up and running. Remember, today we are not playing a classical game. Because it's a tiebreaker, we have 2 rapid games. And if we can't get a winner from those 2, or a result from those 2 rapid games, then we will be looking at a blitz game, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's, is it a 5-minute game with a 1 second or 3 second increments? Something along those lines. But anyway. We do have the venue up in the top right hand corner, so if you take a look, you can see not a whole lot right now, but I think there's a little timer, 8 minutes, according to Chess24. And a reminder, you can of course always go onto the Chess24 stream and get some legit analysis from those grandmasters. A reminder, I am not a grandmaster or a title player, but I do love playing chess, and what I lack in terms of commentary for chess, I will make up with my sparkling personality. That's the kind of thing they used to say when you're in school, you know. Oh, he's not very smart, but he's got such a nice personality. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun. I'll interact with you guys, leave comments, and we can enjoy these 2 games together. I think it's gonna be really fascinating. Yesterday, Carlsen coming in, not really interested in much more than a draw. I only found out afterwards when I looked at the post-match interview that he said that he was not feeling well. He was sick. So I think from that perspective, the opening suddenly makes a whole lot of sense, because I was thinking, like, why is he playing, you know, this super dry, symmetrical opening with, you know, the 4 knights opening. It's the kind of opening that you would expect to see when you're teaching someone how to play chess, and the whole intention for Carlsen from the outset was he wanted a draw. And that was so that he could rest, not spend too much time thinking or calculating, and then come back today, hopefully a little bit rested, feeling a little bit refreshed, and ready for a big game today. And that's what we're going to have. And I do think that Carlsen, on top of the fact that he wasn't feeling well, he probably does favor himself for this type of format, a shorter format. Remember, this is something that he was looking at trying to realize and trying to convince the guys who are setting up the World Championship match that these sort of shorter matches that are more inclined to end with some kind of result that's not a draw, that's what he was after, to make the match a little bit more interesting. And of course they weren't prepared to do that. And but yeah, the suggestion is from Carlsen that he is perfectly happy to play these types of standard time formats, and I think he will be really backing himself to win this. Of course, as many of you know, if you watched the stream yesterday, I am supporting Pragg. I want the up-and-comer, the 18-year-old, to start shaking things up at the top levels in elite chess. So let's hope that he can make something happen today. At the very least, I would love to see him win one of the games. That would be pretty cool. And it might be very, very close. It might be not quite as a slam dunk for Carlsen, and I still think that Pragg has good chances here to win this. All right, so still looking pretty quiet in terms of the venue. No one's arrived yet. 5 minutes before things kick off. Oh, I think 5 minutes until the coverage starts, and then another 10 minutes before we actually start seeing some chess on the board. So yeah, just set your alarms. We've got 15 minutes until the chess starts, and the coverage on Chess24 starts in 5 minutes. So let's take a look at some comments and then we can see what folks' thoughts are. All right, no one in the comments section yet, but we do have 8-9 people watching. That's always good. If you're new around here, my name is David. You're watching Bronze Serpent Chess, and yeah, really excited to take a look at this game. It's one of those games that I was gonna watch. Even if I wasn't streaming, I would be keeping an eye on it. So I'd probably be watching the Chess 24 stream on my TV, sitting back in my bed with a cup of coffee. But, you know, content. Got to make some content. And I figured, well, if I'm going to be watching it, I'd love to hang out with some of the regulars on stream and get your opinions and see your thoughts and move suggestions. We've got the two boards. We've got the main board over here. We've got the analysis board set up. One thing that's probably going to be likely is that because of the nature of rapid games, it's going to be pretty quick. And I think especially true if we go into a blitz game, we might just spend a little bit more time on this board. You can do some analysis on the main board, which is quite useful. And you can see it changes color here. So this is like the standard one. As soon as you go into analysis, you can see that there's a little bit of a lightening of the color, which helps us to see the distinction between the two. Usually I have it on this board so that you can do some sort of more advanced lines and see a little bit more in depth of what the engine suggests. And but we'll have both open, and I think for the rapid games we should be able to do analysis. But then for the blitz games, if it gets to a blitz game, then you know we'll just allow the guys to let the pieces fly, and we'll see how it goes. But it's going to be a great game. It's going to be interesting, and yeah. How much longer? Let's see. According to the clock, we have 12 minutes. 12 minutes left before we kick things off. I'm going to enjoy some snacks just to make sure that my energy levels are high. But I'm going to turn off my microphone so you guys don't hear me chewing. All right. So, I believe it's Pragg with the white pieces first, if I'm not mistaken. So let's get that up on the board. So we have Pragg with the black pieces here. Let's just move this down. And that can go up. Nice. Pragnananda. You can guarantee that spelling that name took me a while. I tried to do it from memory, but then I put one too many A's in the wrong place. I got the amount of G's right, but I thought there were two A's in the middle somewhere, and I didn't realize that all of the A's really end up on the end. Not great, considering I'm supposed to be an English teacher. But yeah. I don't know what that is. Pragnananda, I imagine that's Hindi. So, you know, I can be forgiven not knowing how to spell his name in English. But now I won't forget. So yeah, let me know where you're watching from. Let me know in the comments section. Have you enjoyed the World Cup so far? What are your predictions? Do you think Carlsen's going to take it? Do you think Pragg's going to take it? Today is Judgment Day. There is nothing left to say really than today we will find out who is the winner of this year's FIDE World Cup. Will it be Magnus Carlsen? He has not won, surprisingly, not won ever the FIDE World Cup. And obviously Pragg hasn't either, which is fine considering, you know, he's in the very early stages of his career. But Carlsen, that does surprise me. You know, he's been around the block and he's obviously won just about everything there is to win in chess. So it is a little bit of a surprise that he hasn't gotten to the point of winning this one. And I think something that is quite easy to miss when you see, you know, Carlsen in the finals and you say, well, how has he not won this? Remember, the FIDE World Cup is every 2 years. That's the first thing. So it's not like every year. The second thing is that it doesn't follow the same format as like the World Championship or the candidates for that matter. Okay, we have some footage in the top right hand corner. I think they're just doing the intros. But the point I was making is that there are so many rounds that you have to get through. And just the law of averages, like you can't continually play perfectly all the way through. You know, 6, 7, 8 rounds of chess to be played, and initially you're getting matched up with weaker players. But as the tournament progresses, you know, eventually you're gonna lose one of those games, and it's very very easy to forget that this is a particularly difficult tournament to win, and there is a big element of luck involved. That's not a word we use too much in chess, but really you do have to be a little bit lucky to get to the finals of this tournament and to win so many rounds back to back. Okay, so they're doing the intro. It looks like we've got 9 minutes left, folks. 9 minutes before this final kicks off, and we begin to find out who's going to win this year's FIDE World Cup. I would say my money would be on Magnus, but I want Pragg to win. That's what I would say. So if you had to say, okay, you have $1,000 and you have to put it on one of these players, not that I would do this, but if I had to, I would put it on Carlsen. Just, you know, he's got the experience, he's got the temperament, and you just favor him. You know, his ratings obviously higher than Pragg's. That said, I think Pragg is going to have a lot of confidence on his side. Beating Hikaru, I think he beat Caruana as well. He's beaten these incredibly strong players, and now he's in the final. 18 years old. You can imagine how you felt maybe when you were 18 years old. Maybe you're not 18 yet, but that confidence of youth, of being able to trust your instincts and knowing that whatever comes your way, you can tackle it. Maybe not having the concerns of being brutally disappointed, which I think a lot of chess players probably experience at some time or another in their careers. The scar tissue of having really rough losses. Carlsen's probably got a little bit of that, maybe not so much because, you know, he's done so much winning, but there will still be an element of that. Whereas when you're 18 years old, you know, that oh man, I need to be super careful, I don't want to screw this up, and the nerves and the anxiety around a big match, I don't think those are as much of a factor at 18, hopefully, but I could be wrong. Either way, Pragg does seem to have a fantastic temperament. He's very calm, he's not going to do anything crazy, and I think there's a lot of evidence in that of that, specifically in the game against Caruana, where I think they were playing the tiebreaker. I can't remember exactly. No, I think it was the tiebreak. Yeah. And he was so calm, even though his clock was like, you know, it was in the dying stages, and there was big time trouble for both of them, but a lot more actually for Pragg, and he still just kept a cool, calm, collected head and was able to win, despite having all of the pressure of the moment and the clock against him. He did a fantastic job. So I really don't think he's the kind of person that would really feel the pressure and at least be affected by the pressure in a way that might determine the results today. So that's good news. That means that we're going to have really a great matchup between the two players. All right, let's see. 6 more minutes. Okay, the commentators are on the screen, so we'll get rid of that for the time being, and we'll circle back to the coverage of the venue in a couple of minutes. Usually, Daniel Noroditsky and Peter Lecko, they do their little commentary, giving their thoughts. And I actually watched some of the commentary of the game yesterday because I was watching the Abasov and the Caruana third, fourth place playoff. And oh man, it was so close. It was incredibly complicated Sicilian. I looked at a little bit at the game at the end of the stream yesterday, and I was thinking about covering it, but then I just thought, you know, this is so complicated. Like, I think it's probably better just to end the stream and go and enjoy the rest of the Chess 24 stream myself. so that I could unpack a little bit without having to try and explain anything. And also at that point, my brain was a little bit fried. So yeah, I really enjoyed the rest of that stream. It was very interesting looking at all the different calculations. They were desperately trying to find a way to make a draw for Abasov. And remember, if he drew yesterday, then he would have won third place. But sadly, he didn't. And Caruana was able to get the win. And now today, they are playing similar playoff tiebreaker situation that we have with Carlsen and the Pragginator. So really interesting. I'm a little bit disappointed because I would love to watch these games separately, like independently of each other. And that is the one downside, is that this kind of format where the broadcast is happening simultaneously, you're either watching the third, fourth playoff or, you know, the main match between Pragg and Carlsen. And the Abasov Caruana game is equally interesting because there's a lot to play for. I mean, third place is that medal is a big deal because if you think of from Abasov's perspective, he's in Azerbaijan. I mean, when else is he going to get an opportunity to win? You know, even though it is just third place, it's still a great honor to be able to win the last match and pick up a medal. So I think he's going to be definitely going for it. He had some chances of drawing yesterday, but really there were one or two missteps. I think at one point he was deciding where to put his king. I think there was pawn here, pawn... No, what was it? There's this weird pawn structure, and he had to decide... Or maybe it was this way. And he had to decide whether he was going to put his king on f6 or on h6. And he went with king to f6, and that was actually the engine's suggestion, but you had to play more accurately if you went that way. And Caruana just punished him for a slight inaccuracy later, where he just misplaced the rook and wasted a tempo, and that was all that Caruana needed to pounce. So anyway, after Abasov won the first game and Caruana won the second game, now they are also heading into a tiebreaker, and it'll be quite cool to keep tabs on that as well. Although, because you know these games are a lot shorter, pieces are going to be flying, things are going to be moving at a much faster pace. I think we're just going to stick to the Pragg Carlsen game for today. Ah, Silver Sleazy's here. Sorry, I missed some of your comments, guys. Hello. Silver Sleazy says, I bet you like that it'll be a Queen's Pawn opening. Yeah, possibly. I don't think it's Hindi. Okay. Good to know. He's never beaten me. There's a video on YouTube where Pragg asks Sadhguru how to deal with tension. Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay. If you know, if you have that link, you can put the link to the video in the chat. I'd love to watch that. That sounds super interesting. All right, so we are waiting just a few more moments. Let's get the players up on the board, up in the stream at least. All right, there we go. So no one's arrived yet. 2 minutes before things kick off. I imagine Carlsen and Pragg will arrive shortly, and they'll get ready to get the party started. All right, so we've got the players getting ready. There's Caruana, Abasov taking their c2. So they're ready to kick things off. Now, maybe... Oh no, I was expecting that there's a chance that... Okay, so there's Pragg. All right, Pragg is seeded, and now we're just waiting for Carlsen. Pragg playing with the white pieces in the first game, and then obviously they'll just swap colors in the second game. And there's Carlsen with his customary 100 liters of water. Alright, he's putting them down, getting ready. Pragg's adjusting his pieces. And now Carlsen is also adjusting his pieces. And we've just got a few seconds before things kick off, before the action starts. Here we go, folks. They shake hands, and we have one e4 on the board from Pragg. Carlsen. I think there's a little bit of a delay. Let's see if I can fix that. Nope. Alright, so we have one e4. Okay. e4 and e5, and then knight to f3 from Pragg. And let's see if we get a Roy Lopez. Ooh, we might get a Roy Lopez. Nope. It's the Italian game. Bishop to c4. And now knight to f6. We have d3. And bishop to c5. All pretty standard stuff. And now a4. Alright, let's see if we can get this up and running. Italian. Is it this? And then a4. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, so this is the position as it stands right now. And yeah, so this is something that you'd probably expect to find yourself if you play chess frequently. Very normal way of developing for both sides. You've got your knights out, you've got your bishops out. And the one noticeable thing in this position is just that this light square bishop is kind of outside of the prison. And this is one of the problems about playing d3 before. And both players have done it now. They've kind of trapped their pieces outside. So now this is offering the opportunity for, you know, bringing your bishop into g5. We don't have that though. Pragg just castles. And yeah, both players have the opportunity to put this pin on each other's knights. Very symmetrical opening. a5 is another option here. If you're playing with the black pieces from Carlsen's perspective, just preventing white from taking, you know, too much space and just blockading this a4 pawn. Thinking a little bit long term. So we have castles. Oh wait, hold on. What was the deal here? Oh, okay, so we had this and then castles, and now it's Pragg to move with the black pieces. So yeah, a5, castles, h6 is also good, just preventing, you know, tactics around g5, although there isn't really much to be concerned about in terms of playing g5. But yeah, there are a number of ways to continue here. Let's just make sure that the feed is a little bit bigger. Here we go. Oh wait, I need to just open the right one. Okay, first let's get the right board up. You have to be like a king of multitasking when you do this stuff. There we go. Alright, so there we have the players in the top right hand corner, a little bit bigger so that you can see them. Those pictures are live from Azerbaijan. And this is the position as it stands. Carlsen to move. Alright, we have a move. He plays a5, which was expected. Yeah, this is a very common, position. The Giacomo piano game. And I think a lot of I've actually watched quite a few videos on these types of positions and what to do, how to try and create some kind of like advantage for both players, because of the nature of the position, it's very, very even. And after you've developed your pieces, you have to really sort of be careful in terms of what your plan is going to be in a position like this. I find it also interesting that Pragg has played along these lines. I was thinking that maybe he could throw in some interesting opening that we had, like we had earlier. We had the English. Okay, we have an exchange of bishops, and now Magnus Carlsen castles. All right, so this is still very much within the bounds of theory. All right, let's get this up and running. Okay, 4a5 was a bishop. Takes castles, and now we have knight to e7. Okay, wait. Okay, castles. What did white do? Oh, yeah. Knight to d2, and then knight to e7. Okay. So even here, this is move, what, 9? Starting to head into sort of some new territory. There are only 2 games that have arrived at this position in terms of games that are in the database. I'm sure this position has been played quite a few times online. So the games that are in the database, I think, are usually just like games that have been played over the board in classical tournaments or in professional games between masters. So this position has only been reached 2 times. Okay, let's just change this. Oh wow, so they're changing the angle a little bit here. This is interesting. So they got the board in the middle and then the 2 players on either side. That's fun. Deep in thought. Okay. So yeah, they're just showing some analysis there. This idea of knight to h4 and then knight to f6 possibly. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, just developing the knight this way. And yeah, you can take with the bishop, but then white has this really strong pawn center. For example, let's take a look at some analysis. Say c6. And then, you know, if you jump in with your knight. Alright, back to the board. Okay, so we have this move. Knight to h4, and then c6, which is exactly what we're looking at a moment ago. And now, there's a couple of things you can do. Queen to e1. Queen to e1. Just getting your queen onto the dark squares. And I can see why you'd want to get your queen onto the dark squares in this position to try and make up for the fact that, you know, you don't have much control on the dark squares. Your dark square bishop has been traded off earlier. That's why we have the double pawns over here. So yeah, playing queen to e1 makes a lot of sense. Maybe preparing queen to g3. And then just some pressure on the g7 square, threatening mate. Obviously there's a, you know, pretty easy to defend against that, but shuffling the queen across here could be the way to go. Alright, I'm curious to see if the 2 games that were in the database went along these lines. No. Okay, so we're officially in a brand new game according to chess.com's database. c6 a great move. What's the point of c6? It seems just trying to make sure that this light square bishop has sort of very limited options in terms of squares that it can go to. And also maybe at some point preparing d5. Even b5. Doesn't look like you can play that now, but it's a very good move. It feels like it's a move that you have to play at some point, so why not play it now? Alright, queen to f3 is another option. And also just centralizing the queen makes a lot of sense. Getting it onto the semi-open f-file. If you are just joining us, here's the position as it stands. Okay, so Pragg doesn't play queen to e3. He actually plays queen to... sorry, he doesn't play queen to f3. He plays queen to e1. And now, h6. h6 is a possibility. Carlson deep in thought here. Remember, they've just got 25 minutes on the clock, so there's not going to be any of this long-term thinking that we were encountering in the classical games. There are going to be a few critical points that they're going to have to spend a decent amount of time thinking. But then as we get towards the final moments, you know, 5 to 10 minutes, there's going to be a lot of instinctual play, and the calculating is going to start maybe becoming less important. And I think that is one of the beautiful things about watching these types of games is that there's a little bit more of a mixture. In the classical games, you can spend a lot of time, as we already seen, calculating in depth about which way to go. And as a result, you get these very drawish type positions where both players are not necessarily willing to take risks. But when the amount of time to calculate disappears, then players are relying a little bit more on instincts, which creates games that are much more colorful and fun to watch. But it also creates games that are a little bit more messy because your instincts are not always right. I know for sure that my instincts are often completely off. And a move that might look good on face value, if you don't calculate far enough, might find yourself in hot water. So Carlsen thinking about what to do next. H6 is a move. D5 is also a move, just immediately jumping in the center. And I think this is a move. Okay, so what did we have? Queen to E1, and now D5 is the move that I would definitely be happy to play. Got all of the support of the D5 square, defending the square 4 times, and if you take E takes D, for example, taking back with this pawn, now black has this commanding control of the center. And even though the engine's analysis for this is that it's more or less equal, it still doesn't feel great if you're playing with the white pieces. You're a little bit on the back foot. You can play bishop to b5. You don't have to go back with the bishop. And at some point, you can find maybe some break with the c-pawn. So it's not really that big of a deal right now. But yeah, I mean, black does have control of the center, and usually controlling the center is definitely a high priority when you're coming out of the open. And we have that move on the board. Carlsen plays d5. Epic. All right, so Carlsen plays d5, and the bishop retreats to b3. Okay, so that's an interesting option. Let's put that back up on the board. So we have, what was the move? Okay, so he plays this. We don't have an exchange of pawns yet. Pragg just moves back with the bishop to b3. And we are allowing this tension in the center between the e-pawn, e4 pawn, and the d5 pawn staring at each other. A little bit of a Mexican standoff. And yeah, this is something that I think I've also learned quite a lot from these strong players. Okay, back to the board. We have queen to d6. All right, queen to d6. Just Carlsen putting his queen on a little bit more of a central square, offering some more options. But this is something that I've learned a lot from these strong players, is that they really love just maintaining the tension in the center. If there's tension, there's the possibility for something. There's a little bit more activity and potential for tactics. And as soon as you resolve the tension, then, your options are limited. And that goes for both players. So I think Pragg here maybe senses that this tension is best left unsolved and just moves the bishop back to b3. And Carlsen plays queen to d6, and now it's Pragg to move. Queen to g3 is a move. This is one of the moves I was looking at a little bit earlier. Queen to g3, getting the knight to f5. A little bit of a crude tactic. But of course, you can trade off the knight either with a bishop or the knight on e7. Those are some possible ideas. All right, let's take a look at the chats. Hey, Eric Thor's in the chat. Sorry, guys, I haven't been reading the chat so much. Let me run through this. Food poisoning. Was that the reason why Magnus was not well? Was it food poisoning? I missed that memo. Okay, what is Magnus going to do with a light square bishop? Okay, so here's the light square bishop. I think the light square bishop's looking a lot better than it was earlier. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that he didn't develop it earlier. No, the light square bishop's perfectly fine. It's got a number of squares that it can move to. But I think now Pragg is probably contemplating h3. h3 would be a wise move just to prevent the bishop infiltrating or the knight infiltrating at some point. Because I think here, if you look at one of the weaknesses that white has, if this black queen starts getting, you know, a little bit too adventurous and this knight jumps in, you just always have to bear in mind that the e3 pawn is going to be a bit of a target. And for now it's fine, and even with the queen on g3 it's not a problem, it's got its eye on the e3 pawn. But maybe it's best just to avoid any infiltration by the knight, or the bishop for that matter. Just play h3. Okay, but first though we have queen to g3. So here Pragg is pressing. The engine likes this, by the way. The engine likes this. Alright, so we had bishop to b3, queen to d6, and now queen to g3. And okay, the other engine on this analysis board thinks it's still equal. But on this board, it seems to think that this is perfectly playable. So now what? Knight to h5. Okay, yeah, chasing the queen away. Or knight to g6 is also a move. Yeah. And this also makes sense. You think about these knights, they're doing a great job kind of blockading the pawns, and the pawns are sort of the means by which you're going to try and access black's king if you're trying to put an attack together. And if you blockade those pawns, you know, you just got a little bit of work cut out for you. So if Carlsen is thinking in terms of being ultra defensive, he could play a number of moves, but this knight to g6 move might be one of them. Obviously, you're offering a trade, you can take. But then this feels a little bit interesting. Takes, and you have to take with the h pawn. Don't want to take with the f pawn because the bishop on b3 is eyeballing the king. And in fact, there are some tactics around here. For example, if you take, the queen can actually take the g6 pawn. And if queen takes g6, then you can't take back because after you've taken the e pawn, there's all of this pressure along this diagonal. So maybe this is not the way to go for Magnus. The other suggestion is what? Knight to h5. Knight to h5, and then the queen must move. Queen can go to f2. And this still, queen to f2, you're still potentially long-term putting a lot of pressure on the f7 square. So maybe this is showing us that Carlsen has to be quite precise and quite careful here because of the fact that this bishop on b3 long term is possibly a little bit dangerous. You'd want to like kind of defend this diagonal, maybe bishop to e6, but maybe then you can play knight to f5. And now if you take, then you're going to take with the e pawn and then chase this bishop away. This bishop can no longer stay on this diagonal. So yeah, there's nothing really immediate to worry about for black, but I think white is the one, if anyone, that's pressing here. What about knight h5, queen to g5? Let's take a look at that. Knight h5 and queen to g5 is the suggestion. Queen to g5 is also a move. Continuing to just put pressure along over here, but let's see what the engine that says actually, because this doesn't look so bad. Still knight to f6. Okay, you just move back with your knight. Is that right? Knight to f6, and now rook a to e1. Okay. So this is a little bit strange. I don't think that the engine's evaluation really makes all that much sense here. And then rook a to e1. Yeah. Almost like a rook lift. But I mean, white, if anyone, is just placing their pieces on slightly better squares. I mean, there's some argument for kind of a rook lift here. So that is a possibility. There's nothing wrong with queen to g5, by the way. But I think the computer's evaluation of, say, knight to h5, what was the suggestion? Oh yeah, just coming back to f2 and having a little bit more of a long-term perspective of putting pressure along the f file. It prefers this, I think. Or queen to e1 even, just moving back. Okay. So, Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to say exactly what the situation is here. Takes. That was what we were looking at earlier. All right, so Carlsen deep in thought now. He spent a lot of time on this move. All right, we have knight to h5. We finally have knight to h5, and now it's Pragg to move. Is Pragg gonna play? Whose suggestion was it? Kanishk. Knight to h5, queen to g5. Let's see if he plays queen to g5. Will Pragg play queen to g5 after Carlsen has played knight to h5? We will soon find out. Feels like an aggressive move. Yeah, that's what I was thinking sort of on face value, just immediately like jumping up. Feels like you can get chased away pretty quickly. The engine seems to think that you don't have to do all that much. There's not really any risk of some kind of attack yet. The only thing I thought about queen to g5 is the fact that after you've cleared the g3 square, there's some ideas about bringing the rook across, but I think the engine most certainly has evaluated those attacking prospects for white and it's like, nah, there's nothing really too concerning there. But from a human point of view, the idea of like rook lift and then just really like trying to clamp down on g7 and force some committal moves with the pawn. And you can even play knight to f5 because the pawn can't take. There's all this pressure along the g-file. Maybe, yeah, you have to be very precise when you're defending. So, and there's even some lines, if you're not careful, you can do like a double sacrifice here. Takes. Well, it's not. Okay, we actually have knight to g5. Is this right? Let's see. Yes. Sorry, we have queen to g5, not knight to g5. I do know the difference between a queen and a knight, sort of. Whoa! Sorry guys, I was just chewing there for a sec. So we do get this committal g6 move from Carlsen, and now this really creates some weaknesses in the position. Okay, let's get this up on the board. So we had queen to g5, and Carlsen plays g6, appreciating the threat. We had knight to h5, queen to g5, and now g6, and now d4 apparently is a move. In fact, there's a number of moves. c3, rook to f2, and then bringing the rooks around. The idea here is that there's all of this pressure in the center, and there's also some tactics. There's a lot going on here. Okay, so Pragg jumps in. Man, this is aggressive. He plays knight to f5. This is something I was vaguely calculating earlier. Knight to f5. Of course, there's a pin. And here, this is interesting because if you take... Bishop takes is best, apparently. Okay, let's get this on the board. So we had g6, knight to f5, and now bishop takes. If bishop takes, you can take back with a pawn. And now you have to be really careful because you're threatening pushing this pawn. King to g7 apparently is the best way to defend. Oh, that's so clever. That's such a scary looking move, moving the king forward. You're threatening to bring this in, and then if you don't play this, for example, you want to play f6 and then hopefully play queen to h6 and then play g4. Try and chase this knight away so that you can deliver checkmate on g7. That would be my idea, at least. So now Carlsen thinking, okay, he does take. We have an exchange, and now the follow-up move here, according to the engine, is king to g7, preventing the pawn from infiltrating. It feels very unpleasant if you want to play something like blockading this pawn, pushing the f pawn, because remember, this light square bishop is such a beast now. After you push something like f6, maybe you can even try and put pressure on this d5 pawn, which is frozen, because of course now there would be a pin. So you have to be very precise of how you defend this pawn from rolling forward to f6. Very interesting. All right, let's get the players up. Top right-hand corner, deep in thought, Carlsen. And now it is Pragg to move. We have the move that we expected. Carlsen played king to g7. Well spotted. Very good defensive resource that I think a lot of people would just miss. You know, you want to keep your king safe. Feels nice and safe on g8. But it actually acts as such a great defensive resource here, preventing, because now the square has been defended 1, 2, 3 times, and you're only attacking the square twice with the rook and the queen. So now what do? Rook a to e1. Okay, so still this idea. I wonder about this situation that we saw earlier. This idea from the engine of a rook lift. How bad is this? Rook f to f2. Rook to f2, and then the idea of swinging the other rook round. Queen to queen to f6. This is a little bit too slow. I see. So queen to f6 immediately says, hey, I'm not interested in you pushing this pawn. I'm going to block the f6 square, and I'm also going to offer an exchange. And yeah, you can't really do anything except for accepting this trade. You can actually play this, but then this pawn suddenly becomes quite loose. You can defend with a knight. Okay, let's see. Back to the board. Pragg is thinking about what to do, bearing in mind that this queen move, queen to f6, does look like it is something to think about. And it really takes the edge off any attacking ideas that white might have. So Pragg is like hunched over the board. You can see he's hungry for something. He's hungry for the attack. He wants to find some way to win this game. He wants to try and convert this this position. And even though it's completely equal, you know, there's not necessarily anything to convert, it is clear that just looking at the board that white is the one who's pressing here. You only press that hard when you feel like you've got a real winning advantage, for sure. If white opens the a2 to g8 diagonal, then I think it would be crushing. Okay, let's see. Yeah. So, well, the problem now is just because the king is no longer on g1, where, you know, it was a little bit more vulnerable to the bishop. Now it's kind of not as big of a deal. But it does feel like you don't want to just like hand this diagonal over to white. Pragg is definitely going to take advantage of that. So yes, I do in a sense agree. I'm not quite sure about the word crushing, but it's definitely an advantage if white will be able to kind of crack open this diagonal and get things happening. Maybe he's so hungry he's thinking about dinner. Yeah, it's possible. All right, folks, let me know where in the world you're watching from, if you're enjoying the stream, and who would you like to win? It is Judgment Day. We have to have a winner today. Who do you think is going to take it? And this time I'm going to ask, who do you want and who do you think at the same time? So let's just say, who you think is going to win? Who's going to take down? Who's going to win? Let's keep it simple. Pragg. Magnus. Hit it. Alright, guys. Let me know. What are your thoughts? Who's going to win this? Pragg is deep in thought. So this rook lift idea of mine was terrible. Well, not terrible. Just not great. Rook a to e1. And now I think if you play queen to f6. What's the situation here? Queen to f6 still offering a trade. Now takes... Knight takes, and then you just take on g6, is that right? F takes g6, yeah. And then h takes, and this position is very equal. So I don't think... I think it's in Magnus's best interest with the black pieces to play something like queen to f6. But I don't think that Pragg just wants to, you know, give up this little advantage and the tension that is in the center just for free. Even though, again, the engine doesn't seem to think there's any advantage here. It does feel like white is the one pressing. What about another move like g4? Does g4 really achieve anything? I'm curious. Maybe we run into the same problem after... This is also very risky. Knight to f6, you can just move back with your knight. And your queen kind of limited the movement of the queen a little bit. But you have... Maybe this is a possible idea. The engine doesn't like it, but just looking at the position, it's something that I was thinking about. Your king safety is a concern, but you know, the queen's around, the knight's around, the rook's around. It feels like your king's going to be okay for the time being. And now you've got some pawns rolling towards black's king. But I think there's a lot of calculating to do for with a move like g4, and the engine doesn't seem to think that it really achieves all that much. You're chasing the knight away, but then the knight does the thing that the queen was going to do, and it kind of blockades any movement of the f-pawn. So if the knight is on f6, for example, you know, you can exchange pawns, but you still want to keep the tension. So yeah, I guess that doesn't do all that much. I think Carlsen wants to remove his pawns from the white squares right now. Remove his pawns from the white squares. Which ones in particular? Because I mean, what we were talking about is that you have to be careful, because Pragg wants to try and get control of the light squares. Whoa! Okay, Pragg's played something completely different. He played king to h1. Wow, that was not anywhere on the horizon of moves, not for me or for the engine. So this is like a completely new thought here. So instead he plays king to h1, and I think okay. So the engine says it's equal except if Carlsen can just immediately play queen to f6, and now after the exchange, apparently this wasted tempo. And it's not necessarily a wasted tempo, but the engine doesn't like it, of just moving the king across to h1. It's just, I think from the engine's perspective, like a wasted move. Because queen to f6 is coming. 11 minutes apiece. Both players more or less equal on the clock. It is a more or less equal position. Pragg playing quite conservatively, trying to get his king off the dark squares. I don't know if he has some concerns about maybe after he pushes this pawn, there are tactics with check, and then it's not, you know, that easy to defend because the d4 square is a little bit loose if you can throw in a check here. So let's just take a look at that. If we wind back the clock, that can be the only thought that I have. So here, maybe he wants to make e4 happen still, but if he plays e4 immediately, Carlsen can throw in a check. Is this that big of a deal? Queen to c5 check. And then the king's going to have to go to h1 anyway. And now what? Yeah, so maybe it's kind of a bit of a prophylactic move of just thinking a little bit before he plays e4. Maybe. But I'm not actually entirely sure about what Pragg was thinking there with this move. Okay, Carlsen to play with the black pieces now. The best move for him here is to either chase away the queen, just play h6, or to offer an exchange of queens by playing queen to f6. Queen to f6 will probably result in exchange of queens, and then this pawn, I suppose you can support it now. You can play e4, maybe. Takes, but then... Yeah, the engine doesn't seem too concerned by that either. So hold on, let's back up and get the position as it stands right now. So we have takes, and then king to g7. And now instead of this rook idea, which I was going for, just king to h1. And now queen to f6 is the way to go. And we have that on the board. Carlsen plays queen to f6, offering the exchange. And I think Pragg would have definitely thought about this move and should have an idea of what he wants to do next. Because this is not the most surprising option for Carlsen with the black pieces. If you are just joining us, do hit that like button. Give the stream some love if you're enjoying it. This is the finals today of the FIDE World Cup. And this is the very first game. Pragg playing with the white pieces and Carlsen with the black pieces. Pragg was getting a little bit of momentum, even though the engine seems to think that the engine evaluates it. The engine knows what the answer is. But from a human perspective, it looked like he was getting a little bit of momentum here on the king side, forcing Carlsen to play g6. But this defensive idea of defending the f6 pawn, or the f pawn from rolling to f6 by bringing his king up, was quite a creative way of keeping everything nice and safe. And after Pragg played this very conservative king to h1 move, maybe it is a little bit of a wasted move. But I think it could have been because of the idea he wanted to push e4 at some point, and then the queen could throw in a check, and just to prevent any tactics that might occur later on, he just moves his king to h1. And now this is the position as it stands. We have an exchange of queens, and now f takes g would be the move that would follow. So let's get this up on the board. Takes, and then this might be a possibility for white. Or I wonder, how bad is this? Oh no, I suppose just trying to open up lines here. Let's see what the deal is here. D takes E, and then F takes. You can even take with a knight. Interesting. But now rook A to D8. Ah, I see. And I think one of the problems is taking with this D pawn is that you do allow access to the D file, which is not a big deal. You can just defend. We can move the knight. But it is a little bit of a concern. Okay, back to the board. We have the exchange of pawns. And I think Pragg, realizing that there's no need just to give black the open D file, instead just says, okay, cool, I'm not going to support this pawn. It's had a good life. It's time to get it off the board and to trade off. And now E4 is a move. And I think this highlights one of the problems, is that while Pragg was trying to press with the F pawn, Carlsen has been able to maintain control of the center basically throughout the whole game. And initially it seemed, sorry, I don't think that was me. Was it me? Oh no. Okay, so that was Pragg. So Pragg's played E4, and I think this is a move that he obviously had in mind for a long time now, trying to challenge black's control of the center and also get some compensation along this diagonal. That would definitely be something clear here. So if you take, what happens if you take here? Takes. The one thing that you could do is you end up with a bit of an isolated pawn on e4, but that is not the best move. So we'll circle back. We've got some footage of the players in the top. Oh, hold on. Let's get rid of that. We've got some footage of the players in the top right-hand corner, and I think we have another move. Let's take a look. Yes, okay, so we have an exchange here. So this thing that I was looking at is interesting, is that if you take back with the knight, or if you take with the pawn, you're going to have this pawn sitting in the middle of the board as, again, a little bit of a target. This is something that I always say. When you see these isolated pawns, you want to see if you can put pressure on the isolated pawn, because, of course, you're never going to have the opportunity of defending that pawn with another pawn. So that limits your options in terms of defending, and you have to use all of the heavy artillery to try and hold on to this pawn, which is not a big deal. It's not that much of an issue. And the compensation for this isolated pawn is the fact that white has this really tasty diagonal, as Frank would say. Yeah. So the position as it stands right now is more or less equal, slightly favoring black. And I think this is also a very natural move for black that we were looking at earlier. It's getting the rook on d8, trying to take control of the d file and put pressure. Maybe moving this knight away. And whenever you have control with one of the rooks, you want to try and infiltrate, for example, provided that the d2 square is no under under fire by the knight. For example, if the knight sort of moves away somewhere, and the rook can infiltrate, and you get these two rooks set up on the second rank, it can be very, very dangerous and very difficult to defend. So you have to play here very carefully with the white pieces and make sure that you at some point get a rook on d1 yourself, and yeah, just bear in mind. But here, I think also the fact that if you put pressure on this knight, you can't really move the knight because the knight on f6 is always attacking this e-pawn, and again, highlighting the problem that this is an isolated e-pawn, and you're going to have some protection at some point. So, yeah, interesting. If anyone here, you can see why the engine sort of slightly leans towards Carlsen, because I think the more I think about the position, the more I prefer to play it with the black pieces. Alright, so let's take a look at the live feed. These are the two boards. So we've got Abasov and Caruana. I can't see the evaluation on that board. Let me know in the comments how they're doing. And obviously we're looking at the Pragg Carlsen board right now. Clock seems to be more or less even, but Carlsen has... Oh, actually, no. Carlsen's a little bit behind, but he's been spending quite a bit of time with the last move. So, yeah, it's definitely going to come down to the wire. It's going to be a close finish. India to the moon. I definitely want Pragg to win. Okay, let's see. How many Pragg supporters do we have? If you are just joining, let me know. Who do you want to win? Do you want Pragg to win? Do you want Magnus to win? And don't forget to hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 20 or 30 likes. I'd really appreciate that support. And yeah, also, if you want to comment, leave a comment in the chat, and I will definitely read your comments and reply. 86 people watching, pretty awesome. What's not 95 now? People are enjoying the chess. This is the big match. All right, we have a move. So we have the move that we expected, rook to d8, taking control of the d file, attacking the knight. Bearing in mind, guys, the knight is protecting e4, so have to be careful about moving the knight. Best thing to do here, just rook to f2. So defending the knight this way. There are some ideas of takes, and sacrificing the exchange, but then taking the isolated pawn with a little bit of a tempo on d2. Let's see how that plays out. Okay, so you defend this way. What's the deal here? Is this a groovy move? Oh wait, hold on. No, it's not. Rook to f2. What's wrong with rook to f2? The engine starts telling me to play it, and then it starts hating it. Yeah. Okay. G takes f. Ah, G takes f. E takes f. And now you can take back with the knight because this knight is hanging. Is that right? Or maybe not. Let's see. How does this work? If you take over here, is this that bad? Rook takes f5. You can take back over here. And now, check. Okay, so this is actually equal. All right. Let's head back. So we do have this on the board. Rook to f2. So there are some tactics here, guys. There are some tactics around... around the line that we just looked at a moment ago. So you have to play quite carefully here. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. What am I talking about? Oh, the position that I had up wasn't current. Sorry. This is not current. Don't know. Oh, this was from a... Sorry, this was from earlier when we were looking at one of the evaluations. Okay, give me a sec and we'll get this more current, and then we can make sure we don't make any more mistakes like that. So we have exchange of pawns in the center and then rook to f2. Okay, so queen takes, and then immediately we had the exchange. Okay, so I missed that. Let's back up. Queen takes, knight takes, takes, and then taking back with the h pawn, I think. And then pushing, was that right? Takes, takes, rook to d8, and then rook to f2. This is the position. No weird tactics around takes here. Okay. Now, knight to d7. That seems to be the way that the engine wants to go. Maybe rerouting the knight to a better square, possibly to c5. That's a possibility. Okay, but now we have rook to d4. So this is what's on the board right now. Let's get that up. Rook to d4. Putting even more pressure on the e4 pawn, and now the knight retreats back to g8. Okay, for the sake of keeping things simple, I'm not going to jump back and forth between the analysis board. I'm just going to stick on one board because it's easier to follow. So the knight jumping back to g8, and now there's a lot of pressure over here, and the rook swinging around to f1. So this is really interesting. Apparently, this is still equal. You can play king to g1 here, just moving the king back. Or you can play g4. Wow, g4 is a move. How is g4 possibly a move? Good grief. Alright, we don't have g4. We have c3. Attacking the rook. And remember, you can't take the rook, the pawn on e4, because you can just take back. Maybe you can sacrifice the exchange, something that we looked at a little bit earlier, but that's not what's happening. Pragg moves his rook to e2, adding some further protection of the e4 pawn. And things still more or less equal. I feel like if you're Pragg, maybe getting your knight to c4 and trying to kind of do the old Uno reverse card on the pressure, trying to put pressure on black's e-pawn. That might be an option. Also just getting this knight a little bit more central, a little bit more active. The one downside, of course, you're blocking the light square bishop, but that's not the end of the world for the time being. You could also play maybe something like knight to f3, which allows this bishop to continue its domination along this diagonal and still putting pressure on the e5 pawn. Those are certainly possibilities. But now, of course, it's not Pragg to play. It's Magnus to play. And we are coming down to the closing stages of this game. Just a handful of minutes left. And there's a lot of chess to be played. We're only on move 25. Carlsen with 4 minutes and 47 seconds left. Pragg with 7 minutes. Who is going to take this? Are we going to see a draw from game 1? Or are we going to see one of these players outmaneuver the other? Okay, we have rook to e7 from Carlsen. And this is one of the things I was mentioning, is if the knight, comes to f3, or if it comes to c4, attacking the e5 square, now at least there's a little bit of protection. And Pragg can still play those moves. Those moves are still perfectly fine. Knight to c4 is a perfectly fine move. And rook to a1 is another move, which is definitely an engine move. This looks a little bit strange. I feel like the rook on f1 is doing a great job. So the idea of retreating all the way back to a1 just seems a little bit non-human. Extra time, question mark. I'm not sure if there's extra time. I don't think so. I think there's an increment. Maybe there's an extra increment that gets added. Let us know in the comments if you know the answer to that question. But because of the fact that it's a standard game, I'm not sure if there's extra time. Let us know in the comments if you know the answer to that. Decide today itself. Tomorrow I have school. Oh, yeah. Well, I think that'll be good, that you can enjoy the chess before you go back to school. I mean, Thursday is a school day, so maybe are you at home sick? Do you have a stomach bug? Alright, so Pragg to move here. Coming down to 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the clock for Pragg. With the white pieces to move, we're looking at moves like knight to c4, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. And I think that's one of the reasons why Magnus preemptively moved his rook to e7. Just keeping an eye on this pawn, making sure that everything is holding together. If we look at the position and we just try to see, is there much of an imbalance? Not really. I mean, the only thing that you could notice here is... Alright, we have a move. I'll finish that thought in a moment. Knight to d7. Coming back and offering even more protection on this central e5 pawn. And now... Okay, hold on. I missed something, because I think I missed the move that Pragg made. Okay, so Pragg made bishop to c2, and then we had knight to d7. Right. So both players just trying to slightly improve their pieces before doing anything too committal. As I was saying, looking at the position... Okay, now the pieces are going to start flying. I'm going to keep the commentary down to a minimum in terms of just what's going on the board. We have knight to c4, and then the rook comes back to a8, defending the a5 pawn. And I think it also makes a little bit more sense now that Carlsen played knight to d7, because here, this would be a very uncomfortable thorn in black's side if white were able to get the knight onto b6 and have some kind of outpost there. So maybe having the knight over here and also allowing this knight into the game. Maybe you could play knight to f6 or develop this knight, which right now it was doing a fantastic job just making sure that the king is well protected. But the question is how black is going to play from here, because it looks like black is being, very classic Carlsen fashion. It's just being ultra defensive, making sure that all of his pieces are working harmoniously to defend here and not allow any chances for white. And the pawn situation, you can see it's 3-on-3, and then there's this isolated pawn and then these two pawns. So it looks very much equal in this position. The material is even equal, except for the fact that there's obviously a bishop for a knight. So that might be the only real meaningful imbalance in the situation. And I think this bishop actually could be argued at some point. He's played this move back to c2. And this is maybe something I'm a little confused by, because I think the bishop on b3 was doing such a good job being on this strong diagonal. So it's possible that this was like a little bit of a waiting move. Okay, we have another move. What was the situation? Oh, we have g4. Goodness me, g4. Really interesting that Pragg plays g4 here, because g4 was suggested earlier. It was probably about 3 or 4 moves we were looking at g4. And now I think white's intentions are very clear. White is going to get these pawns rolling and see if he can break things open on the king side, and then maybe bring this bishop back to b3 possibly and try and see if he can put more pressure. And okay, so Carlsen plays f6, and now you can see Carlsen's created this this very strong position, but the engine doesn't seem to like it. Why is that? Rook to g2. Rook to g2 over here. Just shuffling these rooks across it. And maybe the idea here is that once you get these pawns rolling, wow, white actually has quite a serious attack going. And I think maybe this f6 move might have been a little bit of a misstep now. White with a bit of an advantage. Let's see if Pragg can capitalize on this misstep from Carlsen. The engine really did not like f6. And I think the point here of bringing the rooks across and trying to get these pawns rolling and develop some kind of attack on the black king, that could be quite concerning, especially if the bishop comes back to b3. Bishop's guarding some of the squares that the king would like to escape to. And it's also possible... No, I think, yeah, I would still prefer the bishop on b3. I'm not sure. All right, let's take a look at some comments. Knight to d6. I'm assuming that was from earlier. Knight to d6. Is that a move that can be played now? Let's see. Yes, jumping into the center. Knight to d6 is a very real move. I think I was a little bit distracted just by this g4 move. And a move like knight to d6 does seem very logical. Oh, you know what? Here's the idea, maybe. Look at this. Knight to d6. Is this a move? Just sacrificing? Maybe not now. But you sacrifice with check. Maybe it becomes a reality if white plays rook to g1. And then we have this kind of setup with takes. And then the two rooks are smashing the knight on g8. Of course, you can take back. But then when you recapture with the rook on g8, you have quite a strong position here playing with the white pieces. Let's take a look. So who's it to play? It's Magnus to play. Let's see what he plays first, and then maybe we can calculate if this is possible. Okay, Magnus plays knight to h6. Just 3 minutes on the clock for Pragg. It is coming down to the wire. All right, Magnus is very aware of the fact that there are some real possibilities for Pragg in terms of busting things open, and the engine actually just suggests to push the g-pawn. Push g5. F takes, and then you take back with the rook, presumably. Rook takes g5. And then... knight to f7. Okay, so... knight to f7. Just retreating. And things are sort of more or less holding together. Rook to g... Rook g to g1. Rook to g3. Okay, after thinking a little bit, the engine decides to retreat. I was going to say, it looked like there might have been a bit of a sacrificing idea there. Okay, let's head back to the game. We don't want to miss anything. We've had an exchange. We have that exact position on the board. So here, rook on g5... you can play rook g to g1, which is sacrificing the rook. That is a really interesting idea. I wonder what the idea here. Rook g to g1. No, that can't be right. Oh, rook g to g1 all the way back. Sorry, I was thinking that it was rook f to g1. So no, we just retreat with the rook back to g2. Perfectly normal square. And then maybe getting the rook on the f file to g1 and putting pressure on g6. That could be a possible line. Things are okay. Magnus is holding on. There was quite a bit of pressure there, but getting the knight rerouted to f7 seemed to be the way to go for Carlsen with the black pieces, and now things are back to an even kill. Alright, we've got 86 votes. 72% think that Pragg is going to win this. Wow, it is becoming a real close game. And this is always going to be the case when you get to these standard time controls. Much more likely that we're going to see a decisive result and not just a whole bunch of draws. But the question now, Pragg, just 2 minutes on the clock. What's he going to do? Where is he going to go? Rook to e6 is a move. Oh, sorry. It's white to play. Black to play. And now it's white to play again. Alright, Pragg with the white pieces. We had rook to e6 from Carlsen. And now, rook to d1. Makes sense. Putting pressure on the knight. Not over there. And then we would follow up with knight to c5. Okay, yeah. So now things are definitely opening up for both players. Both players getting their pieces active. And Carlsen, it seems, the one on the back foot, trying to defend, making sure that everything is holding together. Let's get some footage of the players up in the right-hand corner. Okay, we have the players right now. We can see them with the analysis board as well. And we've had a few more moves. Carlsen trying to be as closed off as possible, not allowing any types of infiltration or counterplay. You can see here the knight really does want to come to d6. It can't come to d6 now because the rook and the knights are working together. And Carlsen, of course, attacking the f1 rook. Is Pragg going to exchange? The engine thinks this is still completely equal. But for the last, basically since the opening, it seems like Pragg has been the one that has been pushing. What will happen next? Let's see. Pragg has also got some serious time issues that he needs to worry about. Down to 48, 47, 46 seconds. Still a lot of chess to be played in this game. Alright, he takes. We have an exchange. The rooks are off the board now. Just a rook, a bishop, and a knight for Pragg against the two knights and rook of Carlsen. Knight to b6. Seems like a good square. Putting pressure on the rook. We don't have that. Instead, we have Pragg pushing his pawns. Trying to get some activity with these two pawns on the A and B file. Is there a possibility that he can get a pass pawn? Probably not. I think these two pawns are just going to run into each other at some point. Rook to h8 is a move. Just swinging the rook across for Carlsen. And maybe the idea, I imagine, knight to g5, knight to g4, putting pressure on this pawn. And you really feel quite uncomfortable moving this pawn at any point because it is also isolated on the h file. And whenever you move it, you have to make sure that it's protected. Right now it's fine because it's being protected by the rook on d2. But this pawn now is also a weakness. And I think we're seeing now a little bit of Pragg's idea of putting the bishop on c2, understanding that once pieces start flying, having the bishop on c2 instead of b3, which is my idea. This diagonal looks so juicy. Instead, he's decided that this bishop on c2 is a better bet. And he was absolutely right, because you can see here, Carlsen, after maneuvering his knight to f6, always good to have this bishop, making sure that the e4 pawn won't fall. Carlsen's moved. Now it's Pragg to move. I mean, what's screaming out to me is rook to f2. But first, okay, the king comes to g2. And now king to e7. So the kings are going to start shuffling around the board a little bit. And now a5. Okay, very interesting. So I think maybe there's the real possibility here of this knight to b6 move. Knight to b6. What's wrong with knight to b6? It looks like such a good outpost. The question about knight to b6, does it do anything? It looks good, but you know, what can you really do? Initially I thought maybe you could throw in a check. Of course you can't, because the knight on f6 is covering the d7 square, the checking square. This would be a great move to be able to play for white at some point. Okay, so now the rook moves back to e2. Okay, the knight comes across. We have knight to h5, and now threatening a fork. If you're not careful, you're going to be losing the exchange and this pawn probably. So you have to be careful about that. We have the king move back, just allowing this knight to come in. What a great square for the knight. Carlsen, suddenly, with 20 seconds on the clock, he is getting some real counterplay with the black pieces. He's got this fantastic outpost on f4. And now it's Pragg, after pressing the whole game. He's the one on the back foot. He moves his rook to d2. Carlsen putting pressure on the clock. Rook to h3. Man, we have a lot of chess to be played still, and not all that much time for Pragg. It is coming down to the wire. Okay, we have a6. Pragg is putting all of his eggs onto the a file. Carlsen takes. What's going on here? Oh my gosh. Is this it? Okay, he breaks up the pawn with the intention of playing bishop to a4, picking up the other pawn. But now, what is going on here? How is white ahead after sacrificing the pawn? Yes, you're going to possibly regain this pawn, but there seems to be ways to defend it against it. Can't you play knight to d8 and just hold on to this pawn for the time being? Okay. Rook to c3, and now knight to a5, attacking, double attack on the c6 pawn. You can take with check with the knight. But now look at Carlsen's pieces, the two knights. The rook, they've all infiltrated. And Pragg needs to decide, what will he do next? Oh my goodness, he's trying to exchange off the rook. He realizes how dangerous this black rook is. And now, we can even have this knight jumping in first. Knight to f3 check. Knight g to h check. Carlsen has a lot of options here. He doesn't have to exchange immediately. Things are very dicey for Pragg. And according to the engine, Carlsen is the one in the driver's seat right now. Carlsen's up material, that's for sure. Remember, earlier Pragg sacrificed this pawn trying to get some counterplay. We have check. Knight to h3 check. Now, where does the king go? King to f1 would be the way to go. But look at these pieces. Look at the knights and how well they're working together. And yes, this pawn looks like it will fall. But now, there's a lot of calculating to do here. I mean, this is a very difficult position to face if you're playing with the white pieces. Pragg, just with a few seconds, he takes with check. And now you can see black's moved, white to move again, but we have a resignation. Oh my gosh, from Pragg. Okay, so let's spend a little bit of time, because this is very, very confusing in terms of looking at the position. I get that black's pieces are super active here. And what is the idea here? What is the winning plan? Okay, so firstly, you've picked up this pawn on c6. Let's follow this through with the engine. So king to e1. King to e1. After king to e1, rook takes a4. You can immediately just give this up. And I think the idea here is that where are you going to put this bishop? This bishop is actually hanging. It can't go over here. It can't go over here. And the knight, after you take on c6, this was the big problem. And that's what I missed. I was struggling to see how serious the situation and why it was serious because of rook to a3. And after the check and the king moves, king shuffles away. There's no escaping square for this bishop. What a tricky tactic from Carlsen to take the win. Wow. I completely missed that. I didn't quite see why this was so threatening for black. Missing, of course, the fact that the bishop is all dressed up on a4 with nowhere to go. And after you take over here with the knights, with check, unfortunately, there's nothing else you can do but just give up the bishop. And we have a result from the first game. That is so unfortunate. Really hoping that Pragg was going to be able to convert some of that pressing in the first game, but unfortunately he lost. With the white pieces, he has a really, really tough game ahead of him. Playing with the black pieces, has to win. If he draws, he's out. And he takes down second place. Silver medal was still very respectable, but unfortunately doesn't get the win with the white pieces, and now he has a lot of pressure playing with the black pieces. And you can see exactly what Carlsen was doing, playing quickly, getting his pieces onto good squares, and then finding this tactic of rook to h3. And the bishop on a4. No way to keep the bishop. Very tricky. Alright guys, so there you have it. Wow, what a crazy one. What a crazy game. So now what we have to do is we have to wait and see, will Pragg, with the black pieces, find some magic? It's possible. It's not over yet. There's still a chance. There's still a chance that Pragg will be able to take down the win. We know he's going to play ultra aggressively. He's going to try and see if he can find some way of winning. But for now, unfortunately, he does take a beating in the first game. So let's head back to chess.com server and see if we can find the next game, which will be set up already. Okay, it's with the green pieces. So let me just let me change the board here so we can have this consistent with what we were doing earlier. Bases, please. Save. And we should be able to have the analysis board in green. And we'll go back and just kind of dissect this game, I think. We can do a review here. Let's see. Start review. While that's reviewing, let me change the color and we can make sure that this is looking a little bit more consistent with what we're used to. Why is it not changing? I don't understand this. Change. Please. There we go. All right. Looking good. This is the second game. All set up for the second game. That will be in... The coverage comes back in 5 minutes, so I imagine the game will be maybe a 10-15 minute break. And let's jump into the analysis and see actually what was going on here, because this was a really fascinating game. Towards the end, I did warn you guys, it's very difficult to actually keep track of what's going on when the players are moving so quickly, because they're making moves that are extremely high level. And, you know, my 2000 ELO brain isn't quite up to the task. So that's why we have the engine. And the engine gives us a little bit of info of what's going on here. So let's take a look at the analysis. There we go. All right, let's just make sure this looks okay. And then we can go through. So out of the opening, we have a lot of book moves here. Nothing too crazy. And really it was... Okay, why is this not continuing? All right, we're gonna have to continue on this board. Let's go back. Let's go back to the game that we were looking at. Hold on. Give me one moment. Hide completed games. No, I want to see the completed games. All rounds. Carlsen Pragg. Not the draws. This one. Okay, so let's back up. Had the Italian game. And I want to see the moment where things really fall apart. Because the whole way through the opening, Pragg was the one who was pushing. He was the one who was creating possible complications for Carlsen. And after this long period of time where both players were maneuvering their pieces, here things are equal. Takes. And now b4. b4 was an okay idea. Nothing wrong with getting these pawns on the A and B file moving. But the moment came, this is where things start to slip. Once Pragg allowed Carlsen to get this knight on f4, this is where things started to get a little bit risky for him. And just looking at this knight, you can see this knight looks really fantastic. And it's going to start putting a lot of pressure on Pragg after this rook infiltrated via h3. And now Carlsen's idea of basically keeping an eye on, like, all of the possible moves that white has in terms of like playing knight to e3 or bishop to b3. All of these moves are no longer available and white's options are just significantly limited. But this was the critical moment here. Pragg, with just 16 seconds on the clock, played a6. and sacrificing a pawn with the intention of saying, okay, cool, I can play bishop to a4, and then I can recover the pawn on c6. Once you split these two pawns, it's not so easy to defend this. And maybe after knight to d8, I can play knight to a5 and continue to put pressure on this pawn. But even then, Carlsen has rook to c3, kind of defending the pawn from behind. So yeah, obviously this was just a result of time pressure here. Bishop to a4, and immediately Carlsen plays rook to c3, just attacking the knight. The knight moves back, and this was the big blunder. You can just move your knights, and offering an exchange here. And after the offer was declined, this is where things get really tricky. Now, one thing I didn't look at here was what happens if you just take with a bishop? What's the idea with bishop takes here? This is obviously terrible. Oh, mate in 2, of course. Oh my gosh. Look at the knight and how it's guarding all the squares. There's like a back rank mate, a virtual back rank mate. I completely missed this. So instead, here you take with check, and now you can't protect the bishop, and there's also the mating threat on a1. And even if you could protect the bishop, I mean, the bishop can't go anywhere. Oh, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy position. Wow. So Carlsen, with the help of the knights and the rook, was able to take down the win with Pragg. Looking at this final position, it was like really, really tough for Pragg to really try and find a route forward. And I think after he played, what was it? a6 to try and get counterplay, he missed the risks of Carlsen's pieces just coming together. Actually, and this knight to g5 move and knight to h3 check, just guarding all of these squares, and with the first rank unprotected, this is just lethal for white. Gosh, what a crazy game. Okay, let's head back to the next game, and we can circle back and take a look at what's going on there. Hide completed games. This is the game. This is the board that we're going to be looking at now. I just need to move the names around, because Pragg is playing with the black pieces and Magnus with the white pieces. It's not over yet, folks. I believe that it's perfectly possible that my man Pragg can take this one down. Man, why am I struggling with this? Ah, there we go. Okay, Magnus. Let me just put Magnus over here. Let me put Pragg over here. And then, there we go. All right. Okay, let's get some pictures of the main feed up in the top right-hand corner. Both players taking a little bit of a break. I think Pragg would be well advised to go and just spend some time trying to gather his thoughts and mentally prepare for the next game. Okay, let's take a look at some of the comments. 10-second increments. Okay, yeah, there was no defense. Now Pragg has to win with the black pieces. I told you, Pragg can't defeat Magnus on tie breaks. Oh, man. We'll see. It's not over yet. With the black pieces, it's possible. Definitely, you have to say now that Carlsen is the huge, overwhelming favorite to win this. But never say never. 6 minutes until the second game. Pragg is going to come out, guns blazing, and I have no doubt that he's going to try and see if he can take this one down. Can he take this one down? Who knows? Let's see. You did well covering this. You've improved from previous streams. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah. Your game awareness is getting better. I'm trying. It's hard. It's very hard. I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to try and be like on the same level as the other commentators, but you know, the engine, having the engine helps, but it still takes me like a while. And I think most people are kind of like in the same camp. You know, most of us don't have big brains like the grandmasters. But for me, I spot things, but it just takes me a little bit of time to digest each position and the meaning of each move. But of course, these players, the grandmasters, they play so quickly and so accurately, and their ideas are just instant, that I think for the average man on the street, Once it's explained and once you see it, then it's fine. But I'm usually able to keep track of things when the moves are a little bit slower. So the classical games are manageable. But obviously, when it comes down to a time scramble like that last game, I need to go back and dissect, just like anyone else. So anyway, that was a fascinating game. I might, guys, do a little bit of a live stream after this and carry on streaming and maybe play a few games. So if you are interested in playing me on chess.com, you can find me under my username, Bronze Serpent. And I played some unrated games with guys, I think a few days ago. And that was a lot of fun. So if you're interested in hanging out on chess.com and being a part of the stream and playing some games, there is absolutely a possibility that you could kick my butt. But no one beat me last time, so I'm yet to be defeated. But I'm ready. I'm ready for your challenges. So go and find me, bronzeserpentchess.com, and after the second game, if there isn't another game, who knows? Pragg could win. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a live stream and play some games on chess.com, and you guys can feel free to come and join that. Don't forget to hit the like button if you're enjoying the stream. And we are at the point now where we're about to head over to the main game. Just a few more minutes. Let's see. What is it? 6 minutes? 5 minutes? Around there. We've got some commentary from Daniel Noroditsky and Peter Lecko. Some of those who were watching the Chess24 stream yesterday will have seen Peter Lecko bring out his samurai sword. That guy is actually super interesting. I think most grandmasters have some very colorful interests, but he seems to be really interested in like Japanese culture and brought out this insane, beautiful samurai sword just randomly in the middle of their Twitch stream, which I found quite funny. Claude is here to say hi in between the games. Hey Claude, do you want to say hello to the people? Hello, pumpkin. So yesterday, I gave them a piece of this Wagyu biltong, which is like basically dried out Wagyu meat. Do you guys want to see? Claude, wait. Claude, what's this? Do you like that? Yesterday, oh, okay. Reiku, come. Okay, I'll give them one piece each. There you go. There you go. Okay, Reiku. Come, boy. Come, Reiku. Reiku. Ups. Come. Shame. I want to make sure that they each get a piece, but they went nuts after I gave it to them yesterday. So, okay, so they're breaking down the game. Let's get rid of that for the time being, and we'll circle back to the live feed of the players in the venue shortly. And let's just make sure the analysis board is up and running too. Okay, so what I'll do is, to keep it simple, we'll have the analysis board going for a little bit. And then once things settle down, or once things speed up, then I'll get rid of the analysis board. We can just focus on the game. It's a little bit easier that way. But Carlsen is such a speed demon. Towards the end of that game, you could see exactly what he was doing. He knew that he had a winning position, and he was trying to provoke Pragg into making some kind of critical mistake by putting pressure on the clock. He had like 3 or 4 easy moves to make, and he could see that Pragg was coming down to his final seconds, and he just blitzed them out. And that feeling when you're trying to defend and your opponent just blitzes out like 3 or 4 moves, it's one of the worst feelings. Even with the increment, knowing that you have to find a very accurate way forward. And after he played that pawn break, things just fell apart from him. And that was the unfortunate situation. I think he underestimated this knight move. Kind of looked like a quiet move. I didn't quite understand it at first. But then after, where was it? It was knight, I think. Knight to g5 and then knight to h3 check. Carlsen played. And then his knights were just guarding all of these 3 squares. And it was basically like kind of almost a back rank mate pattern, with the rook sliding over to h3, attacking the bishop, and then also threatening mate. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's actually quite like awe-inspiring when you see that, and that he's able to put that all together and realized that his king and the threats of Pragg, which were, you know, trying to promote his pawns and get some counterplay, they were way too slow. And of course, Carlsen is not going to miss an opportunity to take down the win. Okay, let's get some live footage up. I think we should be around about the point of having some footage. The players are there, and let's get to the game. All right, we have one e4 by Carlsen. All right, Pragg makes a lot of sense going for the Sicilian defense. Carlsen responds with c3, and we have knight to f6. Carlsen pushes his pawn to e5. They're coming out of the previous game, guns blazing, both players playing very, very quickly. Okay, bishop to e4. Putting pressure on the knights on d5. How are you going to defend? You can play knight to b6. Just retreat with the knight. Or you can play e6. You can even defend here. Feels a little bit funny defending. If you take, you have these, for the time being, tripled pawns. If you play e6. And you take. You have triple pawns. You're probably just going to take over here, though. With the white pieces. So playing knight to b6 makes a lot of sense. The cats grabbed their food and now they're gone. Alright, we have knight to b6 on the board. Bishop to b3. Alright, we can get this up on the analysis board so long. Sicilian defense. I'm very unfamiliar with this line, so I'm going to have to take a look. And then we have this kind of chain of pawns in the center. And then knight to b6. Is that right? Oh, we had an exchange first. Doesn't matter the order even. Oh wait, hold on. It probably does matter. Okay, exchange. And then... what was it? This is very confusing. Okay, so the two knights there, exchange, and then bishop to c4. Okay, exchange, and then bishop to c4, to b6. Okay, this is all theory, I'm sure. And then what was it? I keep forgetting. I think... oh, he pushed the pawn. Okay, push d6. d6, and then... e takes d. Queen takes in castles. I think that's the position as it stands. Yeah. Okay, so this is the position as it stands right now. Let's take a look at some of the theory. So this is the Alpine Sicilian defense. All theory right now. Nothing wildly out of the ordinary. And we have 1,377 games. So I think we're going to see quite a long line of theory here before Pragg tries to find some kind of way of gaining an advantage with the black pieces. Remember, he has to win this. There is no draw. There is no loss. He must win. And must-win games are often the most interesting, where one of the players has to really go for it and try and get some kind of advantage. Okay, Pragg plays bishop to f5. Good way of developing your bishop. Bishop to f5. And we have what? An exchange in the center. Yes. Okay. Just 5. And now knight takes. It's kind of like a delayed capture from Carlsen. Okay, so this is just 73 games. 73 Masters games have arrived at this particular position. And looking at the position, knight takes d4 is an option. And that's what we have. We have knight takes d4 and now c takes d. Carlsen taking with the c pawn, not the queen. And he has this isolated pawn in the center. And now Pragg, with the black pieces, has to find some way of really putting Carlsen under pressure. It doesn't have to be immediate, but he has to find a way of putting some pressure and creating some complications to try and win. Okay, e6. e6 is a good move, trying to get this bishop out on f8, give it some room, give it some breathing room, possibly develop to e7. And then, you have some options in terms of where it can move then. And also allowing yourself to castle kingside. We have knight to c3. So let's get that up. All right, so it takes. And knight to c... wait, hold on. That's not right. I missed something. Oh, we had the exchange in the center. Sorry, let's do that. Takes, c3. And now Carlsen played knight to c3. e6, sorry, and then knight to c3. Okay, so let's stick to the board for the time being. We have bishop to e7, and now you have options. I mean, it's possible, I guess, to castle kingside. That would be the way you would expect. Castling queenside feels a bit uncomfortable. Your king's sort of out in the open, and it allows white some serious chances. You can even put pressure along the light squares, bring the rook round to c1, attacking the king on c8. You don't really want to allow that to happen, so just allowing casting kingside probably makes the most sense if you're playing with the black pieces. All right, let's get the bishop on e7, and let's take a look at the analysis and see what the engine thinks of this position. Yeah, it likes queen to f3 actually first. Well, white will play queen to f3, and then all of the lines, basically regardless of what white does, black looks like it needs to castle kingside. That seems to be the way to go. So now Carlsen is spending some time thinking. We have queen to f3, and now I don't think Pragg is going to spend too much time on castles. Okay, so I'm just looking at the footage. There is a little bit of a delay in the footage and the moves on the board. So if you are wondering, that is about as live as we can get the footage. But the board seems to update a little bit faster, which is, I guess, not that surprising. I also think that the board, the information, if I'm not mistaken, like they have some way of, like once a piece is moved, the boards have some kind of like thing, sensors underneath them that correspond to each piece. I could be wrong about that. Let me know in the comments if that sounds right. Okay, so we have castles. Castles is on the board, which is kind of what we expected. 25 minutes on the clock, and I think after the time scramble in the previous game, it was like so stressful. So it's quite interesting to note that Carlsen, this pawn looks like it's hanging, but instead he goes for d5. So let's see what happens. He played d5 here. Okay, so let's see, queen to blah, blah, blah. Now after castles, the b7 pawn is hanging. So what happens if you take here? If you take, it's not the end of the world. You can take, but now a5. And this queen is like pretty deep in black's territory, and black can get counterplay via the a pawn, pushing this a pawn down the board. a5, maybe a6 later on. And you basically are getting the free pawn, but maybe the tempo that you're giving up is a little risky from white's perspective. Can maybe circle back to that and do a little bit of exploration on that move. But at any event, we have castles, and then Carlsen plays d5. Pawn to d5. And very clear here that white is doing perfectly fine. You can see this pawn is being defended 1, 2, 3 times. And it's being attacked 1, 2, 3 times. So it's possible to take, but the engine really does not like taking here. And I think one of the problems with taking is just that, say for example, you take with the e pawn, e takes d. You can actually, you can take the bishop's hanging. So e takes d is definitely not a move, because you just immediately hang the bishop on f5. But yeah, it looks like you need to kind of defend the d file. Rook a to c8 is a move. So Carlsen already, like, pretty much out of the gate is putting quite a lot of pressure on Pragg here, forcing him to think of what to do, how to play this. A5 is another option for Pragg. Just pushing this pawn anywhere. Earlier we looked at a5 if queen takes b7. And already here you can see, I think Pragg a little bit shaken by the last game. He's down to 18 minutes and 27 seconds. He's spending a lot of time thinking, and one of the things that Carlsen has done in the previous game is by putting so much pressure on Pragg towards the end of that game, I think Pragg will have that in the back of his mind, that even if he has an okay position, and he was doing perfectly fine in the last game, until he ran into time trouble and went for something a little bit ambitious. And Carlsen punished him. So here, Pragg, again, will have that in the back of his mind, that not only does he have to win this, Carlsen is also going to put a lot of pressure on the clock. And he's going to want to play a little bit faster, but already he's run into a little bit of a trick with Carlsen playing d5. This d5 move, I'm curious. I don't think anyone's played. Maybe we can see theoretically. We have 20 games, actually. I'm mistaken. In 20 games, this move, d5, has been played. But 20 games is a lot, but it's not like an enormous amount. All right, we have another move. We have bishop to g6. So, bishop getting out of the way. And now, obviously, you're giving black the opportunity of taking here, because the f5, the bishop on f5 is no longer hanging if you take with the e pawn. Fascinating matchup. Yeah, Carlsen with the white pieces, and he takes. Okay, so now we have this kind of awkward isolated pawn on e6, and Carlsen moves back, putting pressure on the e pawn. And the trick here is that often if a piece is attacked on one square, often you can just move it forward, and if it's attacked twice on one square, if you move it forward, you can remove one of those attackers. But of course here you can't move to e5 because of the pin. So this is very tricky. Knight to d5 is a possible move. That's quite okay. So instead, we have a move here, which is really interesting. Just allowing queen takes e6. I mean, why can't you just take that pawn? It looks like a free pawn. Takes. Oh, we had Carlsen play queen to e2 and then king to h8, and now there's really no reason why you can't just take on e6. It's a free pawn, and that's exactly what Carlsen does. Carlsen up a pawn. And Pragg, without really all that much compensation to speak of with the black pieces, and that is not a situation that I think he's going to be happy with. I mean, you look at black's pieces. They're all kind of sitting on the 6th or 7th or 8th rank in black's territory, not doing a whole lot, not threatening a whole lot. And if you exchange queens here, which is what the engine prefers, you know, black really has to think very long and hard about how how he's going to be able to find some counterplay with limited resources and in a very dry position down a pawn. So this is really not ideal for Pragg. And also the speed at which Carlsen moves suggests that Carlsen expected this exact situation. And I think he's prepared for a situation just like this where all he has to do is draw and maybe do some extra homework here. We have an exchange of queens and now bishop to c5. And I think, yeah, Carlsen is definitely expected Pragg to play the Sicilian. And really, immediately out of the gate, it's clear that he has the advantage here. Carlsen up a full pawn, and really, there's no meaningful counterplay for Pragg. Pragg should have played bishop to g7, I guess. Let's take a look at bishop to g7. Yeah. The only problem is, yeah, after takes, bishop to g7. Let's take a look at this. Bishop to g7 move. What does the engine say about that? Now bishop to e3. And then you kind of carry on developing. The engine still doesn't love this so much, but this seems... I mean, it's certainly better now than the position. Makes a lot of sense. You just defend the pawn on e4. It's being attacked twice. I am not exactly sure what Pragg's hope was for here. But it's very difficult. Carlsen is always going to make things hard for you. Alright, let's head back to the board. This is the board as it stands. Black with not really anything to speak of after giving up a pawn. You can see isolated e-pawn on e3. Carlsen is going to try and use that to put pressure on Pragg. And okay, so here Pragg can play this move, attacking the bishop. And the idea here is that the e3 pawn is loose after you move the bishop. How do you defend both at the same time? So knight to d5 is a possibility. Knight to d5, that's very interesting. Okay, the engine doesn't like knight to d5 anymore. It's thinking about something else. Okay, bishop to b3. Just moving the bishop back to b3, and then rook takes e3. So you regain the pawn, but now rook a to d1. And you get the d file. Okay, so I was mistaken. I was pretty convinced here that... But now I'm kind of curious of why Carlsen initiated this. I think, you see, there's a lot of pressure on f2. And maybe this is the problem coming out of the opening. Is that, yes, Carlsen is up a pawn, but there is actually some compensation over here. So instead, just giving back the pawn by trading off bishops. And now you can see Carlsen's plan is actually a little bit more one-dimensional. And that's to trade everything off and get into a stale, unremarkable draw where there's very little counterplay. Okay. So I definitely overstated the realistic chance of Magnus holding onto this pawn on e3. But from his perspective, it doesn't matter. He still has an edge with the white pieces. All he has to do is draw and he'll win. So that is the situation as it stands. Magnus spending very, very little time getting to this position. Move 22. He's got 24 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock. Basically, the entire opening has been... If the part that hasn't been theory, he spent a minimal amount of time thinking about blitzing out moves to get to this position. And Pragg, he's the one that has burned all of the time trying to figure out how to make something happen with the black pieces. Okay, Magnus made a move. Let's see. Do we have something on the board? Okay, so we have takes. Oh, wow. And we have a draw. Man, just like that. That is a wrap, folks. We have a draw. The winner of the FIDE World Cup, Magnus Carlsen. He won the first game with the black pieces. And in the second game, picks up the draw. That is a wrap. How about that? That's incredible. They're shaking hands. Let's get some live footage of the two players. Obviously chatting a little bit. And Magnus Carlsen is the winner. And absolutely steamrolled Pragg. It has to be said in this second game. Even though it's a draw, I mean, he absolutely blitzes this out like it's all theory. He spent almost no time getting to the point of drawing this game, which is incredibly impressive. And Pragg just not coming up with the answers today. But we have to give credit where credit's due. Pragg did an incredibly good job, guys, at getting all the way to the finals. And if you're going to lose to anyone, Magnus Carlsen would be the person to lose to. So what are you going to do? But now we can spend a little bit of time looking at the Caruana Abasov game, because that's also on. So let's jump to that. But wow, what a fantastic result for Magnus. He's going to be thrilled. The first time that he's won the FIDE World Cup. We have a result. And let's take a look at the Abasov Caruana game. So the first game, wow, Abasov winning with the white pieces, and now we have Abasov and Caruana. And Caruana winning with the white pieces in this game. Good grief. That's incredible. Whoa, this is wild. So Caruana way ahead here after losing the first game. This is going to go to a blitz situation where both players are going to be fighting for it in like a 5-minute game or so. How about that? That's crazy. Okay, so there are the two players. And we can change the names, I guess. I'll just put Caruana and Abasov. But what an incredible game from... let me just get the right ones set up here. Okay, so Caruana with the white pieces. And let's put up Abasov with the black pieces. Okay. All right, and remember, folks, that this is a really, really big game for Abasov because he's the one who is playing at home, playing for third place after doing such fantastic work considering his rating, getting to the finals. Like, super impressive. And this game, however, despite being up, I think a full piece in this position, Abasov is really crumbling here. And it would be interesting to see exactly... Hey, kitty. Come here. Do you want to say hello? Hey? Come. Come here. Yes. Oh, he really likes to back scratch that one. Okay, so let's take a look. It is who to move here? Black to move. And bishop to e8 is the engine move. Let's take a look at that. Bishop to... What? Bishop to e7, excuse me. Alright, so bishop to e7. And now c takes d. And I see the thing here is just that despite Abasov being up a full piece, of course there's this pin on the queen. Can't move the knight. There's no tactics around recapturing the white queen, so you just have to give up the knight. And after retreating with your bishop, you're just going to take over here. Takes, and then, let's see, queen to d5. Just centralizing your queen. And yeah, this is pretty scary, actually. Pretty scary looking at this position from black's perspective. If you turn the board around, you can see here. This is what you're facing with the black pieces if you're Abasov. And you can see white's queen is near, and there's a whole bunch of real concerns. If you look at white's king as well, it's very difficult to try and get counterplay and attack. And what are the threats here? Let's back up. Okay, so queen to d5. After queen to d5, you can expect knight to a5. Let's see. Knight to a5. Knight to a5 with the knight jumping in. King to g7. And white is the one that seems to be pressing here. Rook a to c1. And I see. Maybe trying to infiltrate to the 7th rank and put pressure on the black king. Queen to f7. And now? Is it queen to g4? Queen takes f7 check. Oh, okay, so just exchanging queens, takes. And let's see. Yeah, black's pawn structure is ruined. And white is the one that's kind of dominating, especially the c file and the d file to a lesser extent. But that basically is about the size of it. Then d takes e, taking back. Can you even take back here? F takes e is a move. But yeah, things just don't look good for black, specifically because of these doubled h pawns and the fact that black's king is so exposed. It feels a little bit scary. There aren't any like immediate threats to deal with, and the material is equal. But look at white's pawn structure. Everything's really clean. White's king is safe, and black has a lot of cleaning up to do. So that evaluation does make a little bit of sense to me, considering. Let's head back to the game as it stands right now. What the heck happened in the opening? I'm just so curious. What did Abasov do? We had a Sicilian. They played a Sicilian yesterday that was also really messy. And here it's like so interesting. Abasov plays knight to h6 and just say, okay, cool. Do you want to just get rid of your bishop? And then you get to double my G pawn. We have double pawns on the H file. Wow. Okay, and things were okay, but this move apparently, here, B4, you just get punished when your opponent is able to open up the A file. And I think the counterplay that you're hoping to get by having the strong dark square bishop, because the idea here is that it's kind of like saying, okay, I'll give up the doubled pawns over here, but in exchange, I get your bishop. I'm happy to ruin my own pawn structure because I get the bishop, and I can get the bishop onto d6, and this bishop is so strong, and it's never going to be challenged because, of course, you can't trade off bishops. You no longer have your dark square bishop. But now white finds some compensation by, after you play b5, by opening up the A file. And then the check, and now suddenly black's king is a lot more vulnerable, and you're desperately trying to hang on here. And this is the position as it stands right now. Fabi with an absolute crushing advantage. Goodness me, look how active white's pieces are. And suddenly this idea of trying to get this dark square bishop. Oh my gosh, this is really ugly. This is really, really ugly. Okay, so we have king to e7. The knight's in on d7. The bishop's over here. They're working well together. And the queen is also very threatening. Queen to f5 is the suggested move by the engine. But instead we have queen takes h6. Huh. Threatening the f6 pawn, no doubt. And this looks like it's mate in a couple of moves. There's all sorts of horrible tactics. Discovery attacks, for example, takes. King to e8. Discovery attack on the king. And attacking the queen at the same time. Okay, so... Whoa. Abasov plays... Okay, this is going to be resigns. It's very shortly. We have check. Yeah, that's it. That's a wrap. Wow. Okay, so there you go. The second game of the Abasov Caruana game is over. And it was pretty brutal. It has to be said that Abasov did not play quite as well as he could have. We had another Sicilian, and I think things really fell off the rails after this weird sacrificing. I guess it's not a sacrifice, but it's just allowing white to ruin your pawn structure. And then after b5, being able to crack things open, Caruana was able to get the win here with... Oh, sorry, I've got them the wrong way around. Let me fix that. Sorry, someone's probably screaming in the chat. Let's change that around. Oh, I changed the boards. That's why. Okay, let's change it back. When I said from Black's perspective, this was from White's perspective. Fascinating. Super interesting. Yeah, Pragg is very skilled for an 18-year-old. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so now we're waiting for the third and final game. What I'm going to do now, though, is I'm going to play a couple of Blitz games. So those of you who are interested, I will put up a note and I'll tell people to... well, maybe I'll just say... No, I actually should probably put up a note. Let's do that. Let's put up a note and say that the game is over and that folks can rewind if they're watching. There we go. And I'm going to probably cover the final Blitz game between Abasov and Caruana. But in the meantime, maybe we can play some games. So let's get rid of this chessboard and let's see if I can pull up another one. And we can do a little bit of a live stream and do some games. If you would like to challenge me, Bronze Serpent on chess.com, send me an unrated request and I will play you. We can play on stream, and you can see if you can kick my butt. All right, let's take a look. Chessboard. Oh, there we go. That's me. Cool. All right, so in the meanwhile, while we're waiting for that to set up for the second game, we will return to the tiebreaker. Let's play a couple of unrated standard games. Okay, so Daniil Tuskin with the white pieces. I don't know, like it doesn't say his nationality. Oh, he's from Russia. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a weird gambit here. Let's see. This is like such a double bluff because there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking. Often like when lower ranked players see like someone who's rated better than them play something like it's a little bit weird, then they're like, oh no, it must be good. Like if I take there, it's probably not good for me. It's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with it. He could have just taken and got an extra pawn out of the opening, but he chose not to. Okay, bishop to b4, putting pressure on this knight. If he doesn't defend it, I'm going to take and then fork the king and the rook at the same time. If you are just joining, rewind a little bit and see if you can find the end of the Pragg Magnus game. I'm not going to spoil it for you. Oh, wow, there's an interesting idea. That was great. I didn't even see that. I don't think it matters too much. No, in fact, it's a bad move. Yeah, still a bad move. Because I can play knight to c6. And then if he takes, I have the same tactic of forking the king and the rook at the same time. There's something here. No. Alright. Jab Demons. I will definitely play you next. Okay, he takes first, but now his queen's hanging. So I think he's going to resign shortly. And he's in check. Okay. Alright, Jab Demons, you're up next. Let's go. Alright, we've got a 4-minute game with a 2-second increments. Okay, let's see. Playing with the white pieces. We have the French defense. Interesting. Okay. I need to like just bring everything down to a bit of a slower pace because of the fact that this is an increment game. I'm gonna play knight to f3 and then maybe, let's see, bishop to e2 or bishop to g5. Let's play bishop to e2. Nice and solid with the white pieces. Now maybe bishop to f4 instead. Bishop to f4. Maybe it's better to play bishop to... Okay, just castle. No, not castles. Bishop to g5 and then castles. Let's do that. Bishop to g5 and then castles. Let's see, plays h6, in which case I'll just retreat the bishop. Let's move the bishop back. Not too much to worry about for the time being. Yeah, it's a clever move. Now he's threatening to take, and of course I can't take back if I haven't castled. But of course I can just castle, so that's what I'm going to do. And that was not the right move. That was a blunder, I think. I think that was a blunder. It was a pretty big blunder by my opponent right now. Let's see if we can spot the winning move for white in this position. Nothing super interesting, but one move wins here. I think it's this one. Knight takes d5. Attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, attacking the knight. The knight can't take because the queen hangs. And this knight on d5 is the superstar of the game for me. Nice and central on d5. And black's choices now are really limited. Huh, that's interesting. Apparently there's a whale outside. Let's see. I don't see it. 33. Oh, there, I do see it. No ways. There's a whale. Oh my gosh. That's epic. It's right over there. Massive whale. I don't know what it is. It's probably a southern right whale. Okay, is it me to move? Yeah, that was probably the best of your options. I was trying to figure out what you're supposed to do here. So this I don't think is losing even, but I'm up a pawn. And the question is, how do I take? I think if I take here, you can actually just capture my knight. So I'm going to take with a knight first. And then I will follow up with bishop to h6 probably. Bishop to h6, rook to e8, c3. And then maybe bishop to d3, bishop to c2, queen to d3. Let's try that. Let's see if we can get that happening. The big problem in this position isn't even the material concerns. Okay, so I'm up material and my opponent has doubled pawns. But now the problem is this bishop is so trash. You actually want this bishop. Well, actually it has potential, but right now the moves required to make it actually a useful piece, it's just going to be very time consuming. Okay, so my idea was c3, bishop to d3, bishop to c2, queen to d3. And then force him to... Oh, actually, he can easily play this, maybe. I'll just play c3 anyway. c3 looks like a very normal looking move. A very normal looking move. I don't know if that's the best description. It looks fine. There's nothing wrong with c3. c3 is probably fine. Now I wonder if there's some tactics around knight to e5. Knight to e5 takes. And then bishop to c8. Sacrificing the bishop because I have queen to g4 check and mate. Okay, now I'm sure I can play it. That just looks crushing. Oh no, I can't because my bishop's hanging. Glad I spent like 1 second more thinking about that. Okay, good move. Fine move. But his bishop is also hanging. So the question is, what's more valuable, my bishop or his bishop? I would argue that my bishop is better. So I'm going to just step back, play bishop to g5, and patiently wait for my time. Everyone has their time. Okay. Let's play bishop to g5. And now whenever he moves his bishop, I'm going to play knight to e5. And then I'm just doing really great. Or maybe knight to d5 isn't a great move because you can fork. Ah. Knight to d5 is not that great. Okay. Well, I don't like knight to e5 then. Maybe h3. Knight to e5, fork, and then I say I don't care because then I just take the bishop. Yeah, then one of my pieces is hanging, so no. Okay. h3. The bishop moves back, then I have more options. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, I could have played actually just immediately knight to h4. Oh no, I can't. What am I talking about? I can't play knight to h4. That's a terrible move. Okay, maybe I have to play rook f to e1 or rook to e1, and then I can play knight to f4. Or this is kind of complicated now. All of a sudden, it's become irritating. Okay, let's play solid. I don't need to do anything too fancy here. There's an increment, which allows me plenty of time to think and not blunder. I'm up positionally. I'm up material. Some nasty tactics here. The fork. And even if he takes, my queen is over here. Just have to be careful. Have to be very precise. Whoops. Really just want to simplify things here. Yeah, let's try this. This position is good for me. Probably. My opponent is fighting well, considered he blundered in the opening. He's putting some pressure on. I still think I'm doing better, and I think I have been doing better, but I probably had some sharper moves that I could have played earlier. Okay, we're going to circle back to the game probably after this and see what's what. And then we'll figure out what's going on. Okay. Yeah, it's a good move. Except for... Oh, no, it's not a good move. It's a bad move because I have knight takes f5. And then you have to move your queen somewhere. There aren't any checks. There aren't any ways of putting pressure. I think I'm just way ahead here. Yeah, this looks good for me. I'm going to take on h6 with check. Don't even need to think, just take with check. Probably do need to think, actually. Because my bishop's hanging, which I'm not thrilled about. Let's move my knight back. Threatening the fork on f6. Taking with check. Queen to f4. Threatening check. Position's so good here. Could just exchange. Probably is fine. I have so much compensation for all of my hard work in this game. And now I just don't even need to think. Just push the pawns up the board. Limit his movement. Play g4. Play h5. Rook to e1. Rook to e7 check. Winning the bishop. Not winning the bishop. Pushing the pawn. Now winning the bishop though. GG. But he plays on. Perfectly acceptable point to resign. But I'm going to mate you in like 2 moves, so it's fine. Oh, 1 move. Okay, good game. Well done, Jab Demons. Played well, defended very respectably in the middle game, but out of the opening, there were some issues, specifically after allowing knight takes on d5. Okay, guys, let's head back. Let's head back to the magic of Abyssal versus Caruana. Is there a game up yet? I don't want hidden games. I want... Okay, let's see. Oh, it's over. Is it over? Let's see. Okay, let me know. Is the Caruana game over? Is that finished? Alright, Kyrios, I'll play you in the meantime. Somebody can let me know. Alright, Kyrios, let's go. Alright, we've got the Queen's Pawn opening. Knight to f6. I'm going to play e6. Wow. g4. What am I supposed to do here? Yes, of course we can check. Take, please. I'm very tempted to take, please. What's the deal here after I take? Is this like some kind of trap? A new gambit I found. Okay, well, if you found it, then I'm not going to play straight into your hands. I'm going to play a6. Then I'll take. Can be a delayed gambit. I'm going to play a6 first, and then if you leave that pawn there, I'll take on g4. Promise. Okay. I guess I said I was going to take, so I better. Okay. I'm just going to move back and defend. And carry on moving back. My knight. So sad. No more squares. Okay, now I'm going to push c5 probably. c5 or maybe b6 first. c5 looks good. c5 looks perfectly fine. I get a pawn. I didn't see this line. Oh, okay. That's good news for me. Now I'm kind of a little bit worried actually about playing c5 immediately. I'm going to be cautious and I'm going to play h6 first. Just not allowing... Okay, now I'm going to play h5. Not allowing white to infiltrate yet. This g5 square, the b5 square. Need to keep my eyes on it. That looks like a fair move. I was thinking, yeah, bishop to h3, putting pressure. But now I can just play g5, no? What's wrong with g5? g5 looks fine. g5. And now the bishop retreats. And Kyrios, you have to show me what your plan is. Don't think it's one of those situations where you can sacrifice. It's 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe I'm mistaken. So here's the deal. Your bishop is hanging on h3. I think what I do here is after takes, rook takes. I take. Just block. But is there a difference here with me just taking immediately? Maybe I just take immediately. Yeah, this looks fine. Okay, so now I have two options. I can actually completely prevent White's plan of infiltrating by playing knight takes e7, because then I'm guarding the g8 square. And yeah, I think I'm going to go this way. This is like careful. Nice and careful. My rook's on h3, which is a little funky. But if I can make a couple of moves and consolidate here, I'll be okay. Okay. So what is your plan, though? What's your plan, Stan? Not gonna lie, I missed the knight backward move. Okay, so we have some options with the black pieces. What am I? Do I have an increment here? Yes, I do. Okay, so I can think a little bit. I'm gonna play b5. Aggressive looking move. Looks like you can even sacrifice your queen, but it doesn't work because after takes, I can just block with a knight on f8. And even if I didn't, you're not really gaining all that much. What do you get? A knight for... and you're giving up a rook and a queen. So you get a knight and a queen for a rook and a queen. It's not a particularly great trade. So what's my plan here? I actually don't have much of a plan, really. I'm just up material, like a lot of material. All I have to do is just exchange off pieces and then I win. But I have to make sure I don't get checkmated, which is the scary thing about playing here. Your opponent's playing aggressively, they sacrifice a lot of material, but I think this is too much. It's a little bit too much. Now the question is, back to this. What's the situation here? Is that it? Caruana, Abasov. Results. Maybe that's what I want to see. Okay, so Caruana, I think Caruana takes third place. That's the situation. Okay, we have rook to g4. Okay, cool. Gonna play probably bishop to b7. All right, let's play bishop to b7. I'll send you the main line after the game. Okay, cool. Of g4. Okay. Takes... Alright, I'm just gonna move my queen. Where do I move my queen? Over here? Okay. This looks safe. I think I'm okay here. I do have like one little issue. Okay, now you just solved my little issue. Thank you. I was worried about this one move. Can I just take here? Is this okay? Probably fine. Oh, I need to watch the clock. I hope I have an increment still. Otherwise, that would not be good for me. And now I have the final piece of the puzzle of trying to get safe here, and that's castling. And before, the problem is my knight was hanging, and now it's no longer hanging. Now I've like fully reconciled all of my pieces, which is good. It's a good feeling. I just play quickly and I should be okay. Good move. Very nice. Infiltration stations. But I'm still doing fine here. For now. For now. Sheesh, you're playing very well, I have to say. I am... Oh, except for that move. That wasn't so good. Oh! I just hung my rook. But I'm still fine. Probably. And now I think I just win the endgame if I'm not mistaken. Oh, GG. Man, well played. You did so well. You started putting me under some serious pressure here after I hung my rook. These pieces are so hard to keep track of when they're out of position. That was a bad move by me though. And then yeah, I just played super messy. This here, can I just say the move that actually got you back in this game? I mean, I was still able to defend, but yeah, infiltrating with your queen here, playing queen to d8. My heart like skipped a beat when I saw that. I was like, oh shoot, I didn't realize that you could get your queen onto the 8th rank. And then yeah, the rest was just very hard to defend after you yeah, hung the rook on a8. So wow, great game. Very well played, Curious. That was a fun one. Okay, let's see. We can play, yeah, a couple more games. Jab Demons, you want to play again? Anyone else, let me know if you want to play. You can send me a request. Bronze Serpent Chess. You can see my handle, my username on chess.com, and I will play you. We'll play another game against Jab Demons and see if we can give him another chance with the white pieces. All right, I'm going to play e4, e5. Takes. Okay. These are always scary because my theory is so terrible. I think I throw in a check first. Is that right? Maybe. I never know what I'm supposed to do here. Probably just exchange, and then I have to decide if knight to f6 is okay. Knight to f6 feels kind of scary because he can push this pawn. But then I have queen to e7, and it's not entirely clear. He has to follow up with this. And I still have to move my knight somewhere. Okay, maybe I just play this. Maybe I play d6. d6 is kind of a sensible move. It prevents the knight from jumping in. Not that I can do it right now. And allows me to get my bishop out. Okay, d6. Yeah. This is what happens when you run into these kind of like... I've seen this before. I mean, oh, it's the Scotch game. Yeah, this thing where you you temporarily sacrifice a piece. But you create some possible tactics that you have to be very careful about if you're playing with the black pieces. Okay. But that is the reason why I'm thinking, because I don't... These kind of openings as well, you don't really see as frequently when you get to like my rating. Like around 2000, it's just not that much of a factor. Oh, okay, now what am I doing here? Do I play bishop to g4? That looks unpleasant. Okay, bishop to g4. That's an easy move to play. I don't need to think too much about bishop to g4. Just retreat. Let's move back. And now my idea is to put like a lot of pressure on the e4 square. And he's just going to give it up. Okay. I will oblige and I will take. And then I will put my rook on e8. And then we'll see what's up. I would say that white is ahead here. Maybe. Probably. Feels that way. Okay. Knight to e4. Knight to e4. And now this pawn is hanging. So I can take with a rook on e5. Yeah, I can take with the rook on e5 if I so choose. Actually want to keep the control of the center, and I can do that. Probably for a moment. I always have the chance of opportunity to recapture on e5 later. Yeah, it's a good move. It's a scary looking move, but I think yeah I can just capture. It looks a little bit like a hanging pawn. Usually I'd be concerned about this because he could play rook to h1, but my bishop is so strong here, it just does not need to be moved. So I'm going to go ahead and just pick up the h4 pawn. I could be mistaken. I could be proven wrong on this one, but I think that is just a free pawn. And now I'm threatening to play queen to g5 check. And after that, I'm not sure. Queen to g5 check is like a move that you play even though really it doesn't achieve anything. It just feels good. Feels good to throw in a check. Alright, do we have a move on the board? Let's see. Ah, we have rook to h1. Okay, I'm gonna throw in a check because always feels good to throw in a check. And now I think maybe it's better to capture with the queen. Then if rook d to e1, I'm not actually in. There's actually not really any threat there because I can just move my queen wherever. Maybe reroute it. No, you know where I actually want my queen? I want my queen on the light squares. So let's just take first. And just be careful, but I want to get my queen onto like c6, maybe. There's some tactic if like the queen's on like, for example, okay, actually there's no tactic right now, but this could have been a move, but I can just take with the queen now. I was saying maybe if the queen was on e6, if the bishop wasn't on c4, then this is like a bit of a tactic, because I can't take back. Because, oh no, maybe I can. The queen has to be hanging in order for him to do this, so like there has to have, a lot of things have to be right. But there aren't any tactics right now. If anyone has tactics, it's me. I'm the one who has cool tactics up the sleeve. This bishop is doing an important job protecting the queen. If the bishop's not on c5, I can sacrifice, which he's noticed. Well done. Play knight to c3, sacrificing the knight so that I can pick up the queen and all this cool stuff. But that doesn't work, so we're going to play a weird looking move, which I don't mind, is queen to b8. See if you can figure out the point of queen to b8. I think this has got to be the best move for black. Queen to b8's a weird looking move, but it achieves like 3 or 4 things at once. Holds the back rank together, and also threatens something very crucial, is b5. The only issue with b5 is just that he has bishop to d5, which I just discovered 1 second ago. That scares me. And now he's missed something very important, which is the same idea that was present earlier, and that is sacrificing the knights on c3 so that I can pick up the queen. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and play knight to c3, sacrificing the knights and picking up the queen. So my opponent gets a knight and a rook for his queen. So it's still not really that bad. Okay, queen to b8 now is... Queen on b8 looks pretty poorly placed piece. Is that a move? I'm not sure if you can take that. I could be wrong. Let's see. If I just move here, you have to defend. I think this might be the winning move here. Let's see. Queen to c7. Is queen to c7 as great as it looks? There's no threats. Back rank is covered. Let's play queen to c7. Attacking the knight and the bishop at the same time. You can't defend both pieces at once. And I think that will be my route to victory. Would also be consider throwing in a check, but that just hangs the rook, my friend. No! Yeah. In this position, a lot of people would be tempted to take the rook on h2, but that would not be the move because you can deliver checkmate. But my opponents played this, which is probably not the worst move considering. But what am I supposed to do here? Queen takes c5. Oh, I can just take here. Yeah. And this leads to mate, probably. Yeah. All right, well played, man. That was a great game. A little bit scary in the opening. Let's take a look. Okay, we have this really interesting thing. I would love to see a game review of this game and take a look at the opening, because I'm not familiar with this opening, the Scotch game. The only thing I know about the Scotch game is that it was played by, what's that YouTuber, Moist Critical. He played this game, and this variation where he was able to checkmate XQC. I think his name is another YouTuber, and that went viral. That's the only time I think I've ever really actually paid attention to the Scotch. I'm just going to do some analysis real quick. Okay, so... Alright, so this actually isn't the best move. I was quite surprised here. I thought, like, this seemed... Like, intuitively, this seemed fine. But it's not that great. Although there have been 40 games where you play check on b4. Takes... And then, yeah, this looks fine. I just thought d6, like, this is where I was literally trying to figure out the position from scratch. I was like, my opponent is threatening to... I guess there's not really any threats. I was just worried that if I play knight to f6, he could just push this pawn. So if I play knight to f6... Knight to f6 is best. Then what happens if you just push this pawn? e5? Where do I put my knight? Knight on g4 seems weird. Knight to g4. And then queen to e2, which is the right move. And now my knight is pretty advanced. It's going to get kicked. And then I guess I can go back to h6. Castles. h3. And now knight to h6 is okay? What? Oh no, I can take here, of course. Okay, so... Oh, this is the threat. After castles, I am still threatening takes. Because even though you're defending it twice, I'm going to throw in rook to e8 and then d6. And then you're screwed. For example... Okay, let's say you castle. Takes. D5 immediately. D5. Oh, okay, yeah. The threat is capturing. So first you eliminate the threat of capturing and exchanging the knights and the rook for the... I mean, the rook and the pawn for the knight and the bishop. So you move that. Bishop to d3. Bishop moves back. And then... What? Knight takes e5. Queen takes. Queen takes e5. And where's my advantage here? Where's my advantage? c5. My opponent's up a pawn. I have this massive center. My opponent's not up a pawn. My opponent is up a piece. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm completely misreading this. Okay, I misplayed something. Let's see. Takes... Okay, takes is a terrible move. What was the move? Oh, rook to e8 first. There we go. Okay, rook to e8 first, and then black is ahead. Ah, my mistake. Anyway, good opening. That was legit. I just want to see one or two other points here. Takes is not good, though. Let's see. What am I supposed to do here? I made two mistakes. I'm supposed to play queen to d6. Queen to d6. And now I'm threatening taking and then winning the pawn. But what's weird about queen to d6 is now... Oh, if you play f5, trapping my bishop, I can just take. That was what I was worried about. So I didn't even calculate anything else because I was thinking my bishop's going to get trapped. I need to deal with that first. So takes is the logical way to solve that. And this is not great. Yeah, this has got to be a mistake. Queen takes is... Oh, I wanted to see this queen to b8 move. Hey, queen to b8. Yes, is excellent. Okay, the engine loves that. I thought this was like a very computer-looking move. Is getting the queen back, having like complete control of the back rank, and then still threatening knight to c3. Ah, okay. Great game. That was fun. All right, let's see. Anyone else want to play a game? Otherwise, I'll play one more against Jab Demons. Let's go. Let's go. With the white pieces. 4-minute game with a 2-second increment. Let's see what's up. Okay, I think he's no longer at his computer. Don't leave me hanging. No! Okay. Anyone else want to challenge me? Send me a request. But in the meantime, I'll play a rated game. Or an unrated game, sorry. I don't want to play someone who is 500. I want to play someone who's... Okay, here we go. Jab Demons wants to get that rematch. Okay, we've got the French defense again. This time I think I'm going to play d4. And I'm going to go for the advanced variation. Just have this string of pawns. f3. Can take if you like. I'm just going to castle. Keep it safe. And now, what is my plan? Maybe h4 immediately is a move. Is h4 a move? I think it might be. h4, h5. I like h4. h4 looks like a great move. I just want to make this knight look really stupid. On g6. Although it's not really particularly bad piece at all. It'll take a few moves for it to find a better home. But h4 looks like a good move because I can get my own outpost. If he plays h6, I just push the pawn. If he plays h5, I can get an outpost with the knights, and then I can decide what I want to do next. And I don't know what other options are available. I mean, kick this knight. I don't really want to do that, actually. Not yet. Now I feel stupid having played c3 because I would really like to have my knight on c3. Hey? Meow! I don't think this is a move either. Although I'm going to have to play it. Hey? Hello, pumpkin. Meow! Reiku? Reiku, mad cat? Yes, that's right. You get a baby rub. Reiku is living his best life, man. It is a cat's life. Can you imagine being a cat and not having any of the problems to concern yourself with? Wow, so that was crazy. It was a great game. It was such a great game between Pragg and Carlsen. But you have to give Carlsen some serious props. I mean, he is such a beast. Being able to keep the game alive for such a long period of time. And then... and then just put so much pressure towards the end of that game was pretty exciting. Okay, so this pawn is getting attacked twice, which is a bit concerning for me. So I can just defend it by playing g3. Is that big of a deal? Probably not. I was thinking about pushing it again, but I don't really want to do that yet. g3 is fine. Also, it prevents his knight from ever coming to f6 if this bishop wasn't on this diagonal, which I don't really have any intention of moving it. I could play b3 and then bishop to b2. Yeah, that was also a possibility. And now rerouting the knight, but I just don't have any great squares for it. That's the issue that I'm faced with right now. Maybe rook to b1. All of these moves are so ugly. Queen to c2, maybe? Queen to c2, queen to c2, queen to c2. But then I can't develop my knight. Does that really matter? Probably not. Am I also hanging... Oh, shoot! I misclicked. Oh my gosh. Ah, I misclicked. Shit. That was so dumb. That was the dumbest misclick ever. I was just saying, I don't want to move my queen to c2 because this pawn is a little bit more vulnerable. Takes. Alright, he doesn't notice it. Now how good would my queen be if it was at least within striking distance of the light squares? This is so irritating. Oh my gosh. I'm not happy. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here either. So that sucks. Alright, let's go here. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. My position's very, very ugly. I don't like it. Maybe it's not that bad. Nah, it's pretty bad. I think I need to seriously spend some time thinking about what to do next, because after misclicking and putting my queen on e1, it's not the end of the world, but I wanted to put a whole bunch of pressure on the dark squares and have, if, for example, this position, my queen was on c2, or if I played queen to d3, which is another option, probably a better option. Yeah, I don't hate to see that. It's not the end of the world. Okay, now maybe gosh. Just like seriously not loving how this has gone. Can I just take here? Takes. No, that does not look like a move. Maybe this is a move. Alright, let's try this one. This might help fix things. Takes. Okay, I'm going to sacrifice this pawn, probably. I don't think I'm going to hold on to this pawn. Takes. He can just move his knight anywhere. Ah, okay. I'm trying to make this queen on e1 actually count for something. Okay, now my position's okay. I've got these two pawns. They're not going anywhere. It's like a thorn in my opponent's side. I'm going to move back with my bishop. Position is still not ideal for me. But these two pawns are really going to hinder my opponent's progress and give me something to fight for here. Okay, now rook to b1. I've been wanting to play this for a long time. I guess rook to b1 makes sense now. Allowing me to finally remove this bishop on c1. Because the c1 bishop has been guarding the pawn on b2. And the pawn on b2, it's not like one of those pawns that you can say, oh, it's fine, I can give it up and then I can get compensation. I just don't have the kind of connection between the back rank to be able to do that. So I have to protect it first and then I can move this bishop wherever. There. No, not there. Yeah, this is where the position's starting to get difficult for my opponent. My pieces are at the point now where they're a little bit more developed. Feel like they're going to be more threatening. Not as easy for my opponent to deal with some of the threats that I'm about to send his way. Okay, and now I think I can just comfortably play bishop a3 and not worry too much. Except there is that, which I didn't consider. Okay. Oh, if I do this, then I'm also losing my queen. So let's not lose the queen. Okay. King to g2. Guarding the 4 king square on f3, which would be devastating. Would break my heart. Wow. Okay. So this is where things get a little hairy for both of us. Starts getting a little hairy for both of us. Ugh. This is... Oh! Nice move. Nice move, dude. Okay. Take my queen, I'll take your queen. You could actually take my bishop, that would be the smart thing to do. Oh! Alright, now I'm actually down. Oof. I don't want to hang my queen. Is this going to be the game that I lose? I'm certainly not winning right now. Threatening another fork, I have to be careful. Get my ducks in a row. Have to be... Oh, no! Dude, you're way ahead. Oh, you're way ahead. I feel like that should be an honorary win. But yeah, you just ran out of time there. I was, just trying to keep an eye on all of the shenanigans that were going on. But this is part of the game, guys. Part of the game is time management. And I have to say, I'm not proud of it, but when it comes to being in losing positions, it happens quite a lot to me. I misplay things, I make inaccuracies, but I often use the clock to try and get away with these types of positions. But credit where credit's due. Jab Demons, after 3 games, the first 2 were definitely losing, but this last game, you were winning. You just needed to watch out for the time a little bit more. But well played, man. That was great. I missed the discovery check, which was beautiful. Really, really nice. That was a great tactic. Oh, man, I want to get that game back. Okay, I think somebody else sent a request. If you want a request... Oh, it's the same guy. Okay, let me play one other person, then I'll circle back to you. Let's see. Let's play someone... Maybe we can play a few bullet games. Let's try that. That's fun. I'll play a couple of bullet games. Those are usually completely insane. Alright, let's go. Okay, we've got someone who's 2200. This one should... but it's a 1-minute game, so... Ah, good move. This is what happens when you play 2200. They're just a little bit too strong for my liking. Ah, gosh, I'm already in a world of trouble here. I think you gotta check. And... Okay, I have this. Holding on by the skin of my teeth, so to speak. Am I just getting... Let's try this. If this bishop moves anywhere... I'm just objectively worse, yeah. GG. All right, very nice. Rematch, let's go. No rematch. No rematch from Mr. 2200. Alright, okay, jab, demons. Fourth time surround the block. Let's go. Make sure that you watch your time. You've given yourself 4 minutes with a 2-second increment. So you got to use that increment when it gets to the end of the game. Okay, so let's take a look. Maybe we can play another 1-minute game. 1-minute games are always fun. Alright, we're playing someone 1300. My bullet game has definitely taken a bit of a beating. I used to play a lot of bullet, but now I kind of play a lot less. Push F4. Takes. Let's shift back. Just take first. He's gonna push this and try and ruin everything for me. Let's throw in check first. This is starting to not look good for him. Just try and trade off everything. I can't do that yet. See if he notices the fork. Whoa, dude, your queen's hanging. I mean, my queen's hanging, but, you know, who's paying attention? Rook A to F1. And just push this pawn. Takes? Why? I don't understand why you need to take here. What the point of taking is. This guy is playing very quickly. Oh, whoops. Okay. This is the problem that I have right now. Is that my opponent is like a flippin' speed demon. Now I'm going to just stop pre-moving. 2 can play that game, guy. Hey, you want to pre-move? I'm going to pre-move too. And I'm not going to care about what happens. And then I'm going to win. I forgot that I could pre-move. And then you just like sacrifice everything. I got to like 17 seconds. He had 17, I had like 10 or something. And I was like, what is going on here? Like, how is this guy losing so badly but playing so quickly? It's like me. So then I was like, okay, I don't care. I'm just going to make sure I don't lose on time. Pre-move a bunch of times. And then win the game. Nice. Alright, last time. Last game, guy. Let's go. I'm going to go with a Caracal. What are you going to do against the Caracal? Okay, the exchange variation. That's good. I don't mind the exchange variation. Caracal is a little bit more familiar territory for me. Hopefully I can repeat my brilliancy, yeah. Let's hope so. Oh yeah, that's right. We were playing a Caracal on the previous one. I just have to be careful. But in that game, there was some other very nasty tactics. I'm gonna play this first. I'm trying to remember the big difference in that game. I think what was the move that I played though? I don't know if that was a Caro-Kann though, because I remember distinctly playing c5 at some point. Oh, that was a Caro-Kann, but we didn't play the exchange variation, so that's why a c pawn was still there, I think. But this is for me a lot more like comfortable, or a lot more comfortable position with the black pieces. Okay, let's see. Bishop to g6 looks like a move. I think I'll play bishop to g6. Bishop to g6 and then what? Castles? Probably. Bishop to g6 and castles looks fine. Bishop takes on c6. Knight to e5. Knight to d7. Okay, so we have takes first, which is basically the same variation with a different order, except queen to a6 was not on my horizon. I don't like that there. I might play queen to b6. Takes. Knight to e5, rook to c8. Oh, yeah, actually it was similar to this. I forgot, maybe there was a similar thing where you took and then I played c5. Ah, yeah. And then you sacrificed the knights on d5. That was the deal. Yes. Now I remember. Okay. So here's the situation. Your pawn is hanging over there, but my pawn is also hanging. So I could theoretically just say castles, and then if you take, I'll just take your pawn, and that's fine. So let's do that. I assume that's okay. Yeah, that was also a move. But now I can play queen to b6, and after takes. If you take, then I can't take because my bishop's hanging. Oh no. That's a problem. I missed that. That is a problem, yeah? It's a big problem for me. Okay. I have rook to b8. Just attack this pawn. That might be okay. Then takes. Nah. I think I'm just basically have to give up that pawn. No, I don't. Oh no, I do. Yeah, he's gonna take here. This is irritating. This is very irritating. I think I'm just going down a pawn. My Caro-Kann. Takes. And now what's your idea? If I take back with the... Okay, let's calculate this. Takes. I can go over here though. Go over here. Takes. This is kind of risky. I don't like it. I don't like it, but I don't know what else to do, truthfully. Okay, let's go for it. I think here, after allowing this fork, I can either take here or I can immediately play here. Oh, I've got an idea. Okay, let's go here first. Yes, let's go here first. Okay, I'm threatening checkmate in one. And yeah, my rook is hanging. I get that. I'm okay with the rook hanging. Because I have a plan. I have some tricks up my sleeve. I have some serious tricks up my sleeve. After g3, queen takes d4. And then what? Queen takes d4, knight takes f8. What? I don't think that was the right way to go, dude. I think there's a perfectly fine way here of punishing my inaccurate play. And now I would say I'm the one who has an advantage. You can play rook to c8. And this knight, I mean, I can play check first, I guess. Just move it across, check, move it across, move over here. Then my rook's still hanging. The other option is just to chase away your knight. Where's your knight gonna go? Probably shouldn't spend too much time thinking, but I play rook to d8. Okay, rook to d8, and then I need to start moving quickly. Now, if he plays knight to e5, I can take with the bishop, takes, and then I can take this pawn over here, and I'm probably doing okay. Alternatively, I could just take this pawn. Just take the pawn. Carry on. Queen takes. Everything is relatively safe. Just move back. Whoa, I spent so much time thinking. Okay, I forgot that like I'm down to 26 seconds. I'm just having so much fun thinking about this position. This is such an interesting position. Okay, if I go here, he's gonna do this again. So I think I'm just gonna take first. All right, let's take, and then rook moves back here. Just keep everything nice and solid. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played something else. Just play, yeah. Gonna have to start playing a little faster. I can actually take this pawn. I have no idea why I'm playing this way. Okay, let's go here. Pick up the loose pawn. Oh wait, it's not loose. I just hung my bishop. Alright folks, this is gonna be a get out of jail situation. I'm still doing fine. He's up a bishop, but I have a lot of pressure with my pawns here. With my pawns here, my prawns. Whoa. Whoa, there's a move. Gosh. Nope. It's a good idea. You can take on d5 if you want. No. Yeah, you can. GG. Okay, I'm just going to step back and try and do a little bit of consolidation. A little bit of consolidation after some pretty legit moves from my opponent. He always comes up with these brilliancies. I think knight to... what's your plan? I just don't have all that much time to think is the sad reality of my situation. It's a sad, sad situation. It's fine trying to find tactics. I'm sure there are some, but it's just going to take you a while. It's like one of those puzzles you need like at least a minute or two to try and solve. Just push this pawn. It's a fast pawn. Try and make it count. Just create some complications. Can't take that pawn. Not yet, at least. I don't think. Now I can push this pawn. Probably. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. It's equal. It's a sad, sad situation. I don't like that last move I just played. It was unnecessary, but fortunately Not yet punished for it. Maybe later. Oh, yoy. Not giving me anything here, hey? Oh, man. Playing really well. Really well. Yeah, I think this pawn's lost now, though. And I think I'm winning. You have one pass pawn, and I have more than one. So, maths checks out. And spend a little bit of time. Okay, just take on h3 and then run this pawn up the board. First here. Here. Ah, you're wasting tempo. You should be developing your pawn. There we go. But now I'm winning. Classic mating pattern. Rook to a1. Just a waiting move. Ah, GG. What a great game. What a great game that was. It was terrible, and it was pretty ugly. Hung my bishop. But we've had some classic games. Let's take a look at the game review. Well played, man. That was another good one. One of these you're going to win. Just keep an eye on the clock. And, okay. So you played very well. It's like 79.7% accuracy is legit for a blitz game. Yeah, this was a good move. I like this. So this is where I was, key moment. I was really thinking that I was going to be okay if allowing this knight move, because I had all sorts of tricks up my sleeve, but this just doesn't work for me. And here, I was really expecting that I was going to be able to wangle my way out of trouble after rook to d7. I saw the fork. I didn't care about it because I knew I could play queen to f4. And here, I just missed the severity of how bad this is. Because here, check, queen takes g2. Okay, if you take over here, then I have what? Bishop to h5 check. Okay, so and then I'm coming for the king. I'm starting to hunt the king. Oh, the bishop's here and the queen's coming in. I see. Okay, so I missed this. I kind of thought that I needed to do a little bit more work, but I didn't calculate that. And then here's my big blunder. Queen takes d4, giving up the bishop for absolutely no apparent reason. And then here, yeah, this was a great idea. Okay, it says it's an inaccuracy, but this is actually a really pretty idea. Is that after, if I take back, then it's back rank mate. Takes, and then I lose. And if I don't, I need to defend the e7 square because you're threatening to fork the rook and the king. So I see that. I see the problem with taking on f5. And then I play this move, which looks like it doesn't change the position much, but it just allows my queen back to e7, guarding the forking square. And then you didn't catch that. But apart from that, it was really fantastic. I kind of edged you out a little in the end game here, shuffling around a little bit, and then bringing my king up to the center of the board. This is really important to try and get your king more advanced when you're playing an end game. And obviously, I also have the advantage of having majority of pawns, which helps. And once my rook infiltrates, here I saw this committal move of a4. There's no way of protecting the b3 pawn, because after I play the move that I played, you can't protect it here and you can't protect it here. It's just gonna fall. And when I saw that, then I knew I was winning. Yeah. But great game, very nice. Okay, cool. Let's see. Do you have any other requests? We've got a couple. Kyrios, you're next. Okay, Kyrios, let's go. All right. Knight to f3. And now I'm going to play a delayed Smith-Morra Gambit. It's the O'Kelly Smith-Morra line, which is like the Smith-Morra Gambit, except Smith-Morra Gambit you typically immediately play d4, which I'm not doing. I'm going to go for the double gambits, which I really like, and now castles. So you have 2 pawns. But now I've already regained the material. No! You have to be so careful developing this bishop. Do you want a rematch? Okay. Okay, let's go. I'll give you a rematch because that was such a short one. And then we'll take it from there. Okay, now I'm playing with the black pieces, so... Let's go for the Scandinavian. I haven't played too many Scandinavians. Go for the modern variation. Okay, so he defends. Actually, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Probably something like e5. Is it e5? Maybe it's bishop to f5. I have no idea what I'm doing. It should be noted that okay, now I'm going to play e5. e5, bishop to d6. Bishop to c5. Bishop to c5. That looks like a good square for my bishop to be. My opponent is just up a pawn. But I've got plenty of time to develop my pieces and figure out what I'm doing. Okay, so he plays d4. Interesting. Just take or defend. Maybe I can go this way, but then you can push this pawn. I take, he takes, I take, he takes. And then what? It's probably okay. Only problem is I'm down like an unnecessary amount of material. Let's see something better. Can I actually play knight to c6 here after he takes with the queen? Knight to c6, check, and then knight to e7. Protecting the bishop, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to protect the e5 square instead. Ugh, actually this is kind of gross. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to play bishop to e7 and then castle. The problem with bishop to d6 is he can actually immediately push this pawn. Attacking my bishop. Just going to castle. Castle, bishop to g6. And again, classic David coming out of the opening in worse shape. But usually that happens in about every game I play against people with the black pieces especially. And even with the white pieces. GG, Ludwig. Prawns and crayfish. Hi David. Hello Ludwig. Nice to see you on the chat. Welcome to you. Okay, what am I waiting for? Is it my turn? Oh gosh, guys, sorry. I'm completely like blanking here. It's me to play. I'm not concentrating. All right. Is this an increment? Yes, there's a 2-second increment. I might need to use every second of that. This is how so often I lose. I'm doing something else, so I'm not concentrating, and then I just get myself into like all sorts of shenanigans. All right. We're gonna go into concentration, full concentration mode here. Bishop to c5 looks good. Attacking the queen, getting the bishop on a nice square. Okay, let's play that. Then rook f to e8 probably. Or knight to g4. Knight to g4 looks good. Okay. Can still go my... No, I can't. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go here first. Have to always be careful when you bring your queen out this early. Queen has sort of limited squares in terms of where it can actually go now. Is that a good move? I imagine so. He's like, I'm up a pawn. I'm going to an endgame. You're screwed. And he's not wrong. He is not wrong. He is not wrong, my friend. Okay, I'm hanging another pawn. That's concerning. Man, this is very difficult. Alright, let's get rid of the hanging pawn first. Just don't have like really any counterplay right now, which is frustrating. I'm just not really getting anywhere in this game. Okay. I'm officially in a much worse endgame. Not like a little bit of a worse endgame, like a catastrophically bad endgame. So, what do you do when you're in a catastrophically bad endgame? I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can tell me. My shenanigans in the opening, I'm getting burned. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to hold this one. Ah, great move. Oh, blunder. That was a big blunder. That was a big blunder. It's a sad, sad situation. Oh, just walked into another fork. I'm giving my opponent advice here, but it's pretty easy to see. Yeah. Guys, I think my time has come. I haven't lost a single game, but I think I'm in trouble. Too late, my time has come. I just have like no material to defend here. Goodbye, everybody. But here's the deal: is that my opponent does have to show good technique and like finish me off, or maybe not. I think like when you're 1100, you should be able to finish the job in a situation like this. Could make it complicated. Nah, I'm not going to make it complicated. I'm going to resign. Alright. Curious 001. I have been defeated. You can say, hey guys, I beat that guy on the internet. There's the stream yesterday on the 24th of August. Well played, man. That was a good game. Well done. GG. That was good. That was really good. Basically just like punished me out of the opening for my very dubious play with the black pieces. There wasn't like a single move. I mean, I just was not really getting anywhere here. Once your knights got in, I was just struggling. Probably needed to try and make more of... Yeah, that move over there. That was basically the end. I just missed this. I thought this was actually a good move, and then I missed the fact that... And this is often what happens when you get into position where the pieces are like very disjointed. Is that you end up missing kind of slightly less intuitive moves here. And because my pieces are not like really connected in any way, like this obviously looks good because I'm attacking the pawn. But yeah, the fork just loses on the spot. Which is exactly right. Up until this point, I was kind of fighting a little bit, but that was just lazy. But illustrates how poorly placed all of my pieces are, and the fact that I'm struggling to try and get counterplay. And then here, what's the deal here? Knight takes f7 is the best move, yeah. So this was like my way of trying to defend, and then that was like a really, if I missed the first fork, the second fork was pretty terrible. Yeah, and then there's nothing left to play for. Great game though, man. That was fun. You played really well. Let's take a look at the review. I want to see what my elo was for this game. 82% you played at, and I played at 69%. So okay, you played at 1850 level. That's pretty fantastic for someone who's 1184. And then I played like a 1400. My opening in particular, you can see the engine's like, dude, are you an idiot? Yeah. GG. Okay, so let's play one more. Loxohoy. Loxohoy. Ah, got it. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, we played before, I remember. I do remember us playing. May the odds be ever in your favor. Goodbye, everybody. I hope my video's not going to get like demonetized now because I started singing Queen. Bishop to b5. And then maybe knight to e5. Man, chess is so much easier when you get to move first. That looks like a funny move. I take, you take with the knight, I take with my bishop. But then I think... No, I just take with the knight. What am I talking about? Now after I take back... What the heck is going on? Can you guys see this new thing that chess.com just did? Look how massive the pieces are. Why is that the case? What's going on here? So weird. Oh, Aaron Falcon. Aaron, were you the guy I just played against? Well done. To be fair, I played against someone who plays that line exclusively, so I understand the position. Oh, okay. You had an unfair advantage by actually studying chess. No, dude, you played so well. You really like played awesome. And I played, I could have played better. But the thing is that it's always better when you play at a high level to win a game. Because the thing is, truth be told, it's hard to beat someone who's much higher rated than you. But it will happen if you give enough instances. It's just the law of averages. Now I'm up some material. I want to play rook to e1, but I think, you just castles and then, like, what's the point of it? Maybe I just move my knight back here. Okay, let's do this. Knight to d4. But yeah, I think in order to beat someone who's like ranked significantly higher than you, you really have to play super sharp. And even then, there's opportunities that they can have to punish you because you're not playing fast enough. I really want to play this. This looks like a good move, but I can't. Okay, let's play bishop to g5 first. Let's try that. Bishop to g5. Knight to e4. Huh? bishop to e3, and I'm fine, I think. Yeah. Bishop to e3, and now I'm threatening. Knight to d7. Maybe could I play it first? No. Okay, knight to d7 basically wins the game. It's a nice, not quite a family fork, because I'm not forking the king as well, but it's just about a family fork. Forking all of the important pieces. If the king was on b8, then it would be like a real family fork. You're forking all of the pieces that can be forked, except the knight, because then the knight will recapture. All right, if you are just joining and you're watching the Magnus Carlsen game, it is over. Rewind, go and find that game, and then carry on watching, because you will be able to see someone who's ranked like 1200 beat a 2000, which does not happen every day. Oh, what's going on here? Dude, did I just lose like all of my ranking points or something in that last game? Oh, that's hilarious. Why am I suddenly 1800? What's going on? That's hilarious. Was that a rated? Oh, it's showing one of my other ratings. So we're gonna say, oh, my blitz is still the same. Wait, is this like a different format game that we're playing? Oh my gosh, what is this? What form of this? Hold on, I'm so confused right now. This is not a standard chess game. Is this Bug House? I don't know the rules for Bug House though. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. So what's the deal? What are the rules? Someone let me know in the chat. I think I just screwed up and entered into a game where I have no idea what I'm doing. This is so funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have no idea what the rules are, so I'm pretty clueless. Okay, I'm just gonna move my knight back. What? This is ridiculous. Oh, this is Crazy House, but I've never played this before. I don't even know what the rules are. It was rated. I'm so sorry. No, it wasn't. It wasn't rated. It wasn't rated. And even if it was, I wouldn't have lost like 200 points. I would have lost like 16 points, which is not a big deal. That is so funny. I have no idea what's going on in this game. This is wild. Oh, that's hilarious. No, it wasn't rated. Don't stress. I was thinking, I was like, what the heck? Why am I 1842? But now I'm seeing this is like a whole different type of chess that I haven't played before. Oh my gosh. What's going on? Someone, maybe you can tell me the rules to this version of chess that I am currently engaged in, because I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, meanwhile... Oh, it's me to move. What happened? Okay, bishop. You can capture... you can put captured pieces anywhere back on the board. Ah, I see. I can put captured pieces anywhere back on the board. Okay, cool. Dope. Alright, let's try that. This is gonna freak this guy out. I think he just chose the wrong one. Can I put it like here? Oh no, that would probably be a bad move. Wait, let's see. This is so ridiculous. Can I just put like a pawn like randomly anywhere? Here? No. Oh, it has to be in an open space. Ah, I see. Okay, let's put another pawn randomly on d3. Just to see what happens. Oh, there we go. And that counts as a move. Oh my gosh. This is hilarious. I've never played this game before. Okay, so now I... Oh! Okay, now he's figured it out too. Alright, now we're like... He's got another bishop on e5. Okay, that's concerning. Let me just put like a knight over there, defend. Oh my gosh, this is terrifying. What the heck's going on? So now we're just putting like all of our pieces back. This is hilarious. Ha! See if you can deal with that, buddy. See if you can deal with that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. What? This is so wild. I love it. Okay. I've never played this version before, but from now on, I shall play it. There's probably some, like, brutal way of, like, some weird tactic. Okay, takes on e4. I was, like, wondering, where are all these pieces coming from on the left-hand side? Is this, like, a new, like, thing? Oh my gosh. Josie's Universe says, is Magnus looks like Justin Bieber? I don't know if he does look like Justin Bieber. Maybe a little bit after he's shaved, you know? It's got that rugged good looks thing going on. Okay, I'm gonna take your queen. You're gonna take... I'm gonna take... I think I'm better here. I wouldn't put it past me to win this. Look at all this material I have. I think I could probably just sacrifice on h7 and just, like, do something crazy with my queen. Just, like, get another queen on the board. Oh, what am I talking about? I can checkmate it by putting my queen on h7. Ah. Does this win? Probably. No, I can't. Oh, I can't capture a piece, but I can put it somewhere. So let's do this first. And then if he pushes this pawn, I'll just move forward. And then if he takes, I'll put like another queen or something on f6. This is so ridiculous. I had no intention of playing this version of chess. It's so bizarre. Anyway. I guess playing someone who also has no idea how it works is a fair battle. But I think neither of us realized what was going on until like halfway through the game. Alright, I think I win now. Yeah. Hey, I won by checkmates. Okay. Let's never ever play that version ever again. Alright, I'm gonna play someone who I haven't played against. Let's go for you Brokey. Let's hit it. Alright. Okay, we're gonna go through the Caro-Kann. Although the last Caro-Kann I played... Oh, man. I just... oh, my gosh. Playing some pretty funky moves today, it has to be said. Okay, bishop to f5, bishop to g6. Or exchanging. This is what you're supposed to do, apparently. Let's exchange. Okay, bishop to d7. Push c5. Knight to e7. I'll push c5 later. Okay, I'll push c5 now. The only problem is that if he takes and I take, he actually has check. I can block with my queen, but it's actually not ideal. This is probably not that great of a move. Oops. Okay, I'm going to actually just prevent the knight infiltrating first and also check on b5. That seems wise. I have this thing of making a bad move and then my opponent doesn't see it and then I fix the bad move. Then, like, I just get the order completely out of whack. Okay. Is that something to be concerned about? Bishop to a3. Probably not. Bishop to e7 and castles. Okay. Bishop to e7 and castles. That's what I'm going to do. And if you take, I'm just going to take with a knight. If you take back with a bishop, I'll take with a bishop. And then there's no... Okay, now I can just push this pawn. There's no shenanigans with check on b5. So, I think the thing that I need to spend some time on after today's brutal loss is the Scandinavian. It is my big weakness. I almost never play the Scandinavian. And now I realize why. Why I should never play the Scandinavian. It's because I have no idea what I'm doing. Get myself into trouble. But it's a good moment to learn. I feel like knight to f4 is like a move, but it's not like that big of a deal. He just moves back and then... Can I play this? Maybe I need to prepare all of this. I was thinking about pushing this pawn, but after en passant, his queen is attacking the e6 pawn. So that's no good. I could actually play a5, and considering my opponent's 485, it's very possible that he might just take, and then I can take his bishop. But this is still a good move nonetheless. Oh, maybe it's actually a terrible move because it actually allows knight to b5. Okay, I changed my tune. That was trash. That was a garbage move. Okay. So he doesn't punish me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is this a move? Takes? Maybe. Let's try it. If he takes, A takes B, A takes B, and now both of these pieces are hanging. Although you could probably get... Wait. And then rook takes. Yeah. Rook takes. Takes. Maybe I just take with a pawn. I get a passport. Doesn't work. My plan doesn't work. I don't think it works. Takes. Yeah, rook takes. It just doesn't work. Okay, so... this is kind of scary now. Let's do a retreat back. Push it again. Maybe I need to reconsider. Reconsider my choices in life. I'm just going to push this pawn. It's the easiest move to make, and I'm going to make it. Pushing the A pawn doesn't require too much calculating. Okay. What's he threatening? Kind of threatening to jump in here, but now he has to watch out because his rook, she is hanging. Rook to A1 loses immediately because I take on B4, but he doesn't have many other options. Rook to B2 also loses because I end up promoting. Okay, that was one of the moves that loses on the spot. Can probably play this, but no, I don't want to give up my dark square bishop because maybe at some point I can get it to sort out the promotion square. Maybe I could just move back and then play queen to b6, queen to b6, and then he can never really defend his knight. Oh, you know what I do? I just play this. I just play bishop to e7, and then I play queen to b6, and then his knight's trapped. Well, it's not trapped. It can come back here, but it's just like a bad piece, and I can get this pawn. And after I've I've got a piece, but after I've picked up. Is that a move? I don't think that's a move. I think that really loses because I can just load up on b5, and there's no way to defend the queen. There's literally no squares for the queen to go to. I mean, for the knight to go to. This was the better of the options. Knight to d6, takes, and my opponent would resign. The standard rules apply to Crazy House. When you capture an opponent's piece, it's placed in a pool of pieces and you can drop it into an empty square on your turn. Pieces may only be dropped on empty squares. You may drop a piece to give a check or checkmate Pawns may not be dropped on the 1st or 8th rank. Ah, on the promotion ranks. That makes sense. Okay. So all of those rules I was kind of figuring out on the fly, but a lot of that makes sense. Okay, so now finally I get to get my bishop in, and I get to get the bishop to b2, which is the whole point of this little situation where I'm shuffling the bishop back and forth. Bishop on e7. Oh gosh, what am I doing? I just blocked the a2 pawn. No, that was dumb. Well, you can make mistakes like hanging a pawn when you're up a bazillion pieces. But now my bishop looks very dumb indeed. That was quite funny. Okay. Let's play bishop to b2 anyway. Why not? I know it's allowing like all of this crazy stuff, but oh, actually there's a tactic here. Takes, and then rook here. Nah, it's okay. Okay, now it just loses because you hang your rook on a2. It's always like a little, like, have to be a little bit careful about creating a self-imposed pin. But when you're up a lot of material, it doesn't matter. Most of the time. When you're up a lot of material and you kind of create this pin, usually there are pieces around that can defend it and you have time. And that's exactly the situation here. And now finally, oh, I was going to play knight to f4. Can't play it anymore. Can I do this? Takes. No, he can't take because he's the king on g2. If I just go here, takes, and then I just kind of equalize. Can he take with the queen? I take. No, he can't take with the queen because the rook is hanging. I saw that. Ah! Oh, nice, Ludwig. Did you see the stupid a2 pawn hanging? Ah! Yeah. That was not... Fortunately, not that big of a deal, but I was a little bit careless. What are you gonna do? Okay, we have takes, queen takes, and then bishop takes g3. And I just head into a domination station endgame where I'm up 12 pawns worth of material. Fly me to the moon. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Let me see. Okay. So I still want to trade off. So I'm going to force the trade. And I'm going to sacrifice the final sacrifice. Just get all the pieces off the board. Push my c-pawn. Don't even care about losing that one. And now the main goal is to make sure that I don't stalemate my opponent. Which actually at present time is a real possibility because the king has very limited movements. He can move back. Can also play h4, but that's about it. So I'm going to play h6. I have mate in 2 or 3. If he moves back, I'm going to play check, and then I think it's nearly mate. It's close to mate. Mate in... Okay, now it's mate. GG. Well played, you brokey. What happened here? I can't remember. Oh, I played this ridiculous opening where I misclicked the Caro-Kann. And out of the opening, let's see. White is doing perfectly fine. Let's see the point at which white goes from winning to losing. White's nearly +1 here, by the way. This should illustrate how desperate my opening needs work with. I think if I actually worked on my opening, like seriously, I could get to like 2100 or 2200. But I've tried. I just don't have a very good intuitive understanding of the opening. That's just what it boils down to. And as a result, I get myself into trouble pretty quickly. But anyway, here, this was the point where my opponent started making some funny moves. There, that was weird. Just allowing me to push this pawn. Oh, I guess this was completely stupid. I should have just taken here, of course. Forking both pieces. I don't know why I didn't do that. Okay. Then all of this was good. So the line I was trying to calculate here is after takes, I take back. Now, both of these pieces are hanging. Maybe you defend. No, you can't because I'm attacking the bishop. So if you take with the bishop, take with the knight, I'm going to take the bishop. You take with the bishop, I'm going to take the knight. It's just pretty desperate. Wait, hold on. What's this? Wait, maybe it's not. No, it's terrible. Knight takes, bishop takes. It's both. It's both terrible. But my opponent actually didn't play that, so I don't know if they saw it or not. And then I was trying to figure out some similar tactics here, but I couldn't find anything. So it just takes, and then I just decided push the pawn. And yeah. Awesome. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna play 1 or 2 more games. Let me know if you'd like a game. You can send me a request on chess.com and I will play you if you're new to the stream. And let's quickly read through some comments. I saw that Ludwig agree you are strong now. He still has pawn moves. Yeah. He still has 1 or 2 pawn moves. So that was heading into the end game. Okay, Jab Demons, let's go. I've got 5 games against you. Let's see if you can pick up 1 against me. Now you can see it's been done. Someone of your ranking already beat me. It's perfectly possible. Okay, knight to c3. Just don't want to take like anything for granted. If I'm opening with white, I need to try and make sure that I don't do anything too reckless. Okay, maybe I should have played h3 first. No. I actually like bishop to f3, just making sure that this move is not yet available. Okay, takes. I'll take back with the queen. Can't take this knight, doubled pawns. It's possible. I think I'm just going to castle kingside. And get my king safe. And that'll be interesting to see if my opponent castles queenside or not. Because castling queenside is a possibility. Takes. Yeah, actually quite a good move. Knight to e4 is good. It's attacking this pawn. Now if I take here... what exactly does that leave me with? I think I'm going to play rook to e1. Rook to e1 looks like a completely fine move too. And then I expect my opponent to castle. Yeah. Then I expect my opponent to castle. We'll see what happens next. Takes. Don't want to play that. Check. Doesn't really achieve much. Oh, maybe it does. Yeah, check. Check looks good. Then I can exchange, takes, and then I have bishop here, blocks, and then I can take on e4. Yeah, that looks good. I think I'm up a pawn. Maybe in this variation. Has the block. Yeah, I think this is good for me. Takes. I throw this in. He blocks with a pawn because he doesn't want the skewer to happen. No, I can just take. No, you... Oh. The game was completely equal. Like, it was pretty equal, I think. Because after I take, you take back with a pawn, and then I'm just up a pawn, but now I'm up a full piece. Okay. Alright, well, I still have to win this. There's still a lot of work to do. I am up a full piece, though. So I'm going to take that to the bank. Bishop to f4. Bishop to g3. Maybe just... I really want to push c4. I've got these irritating doubled pawns. Maybe I can even play bishop to b5. And then bishop to b5. Knight to e7. Bishop to g7. This looks like a very pretty and organized attack. Of course, he doesn't have to play that. He can play over here, which is perfectly fine. But if he plays knight to a5, his knight is going to be really out of the action. And at any point where the knight moves to c5, which is where I'm going to worry about it, then I can just capture it with my bishop. And now he's in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Because here, you can't play rook to e8 because I'm just going to take the rook. And I'm still threatening. How else do you defend this? You can't really. Oh wait, hold on. And even if he plays, for example, rook to e8, and then I take with the bishop, he takes back, and he says, okay, well, I'm defending it, but like I'm still attacking it twice, and he's only defending it once. So basically just losing another piece for nothing. Who's gonna win? That poll has been going on forever. Okay, he gives up the rook, which is not the worst move. Now I can just force an exchange and just go into a one endgame. Rook to e1, threatening bishop. Check. I guess that check didn't really threaten all that much. Let's just try and sort out these doubled pawns. Okay, c4, bishop takes on c4. Alright, it doesn't take. And I'm just going to play c4 again. Just keep playing c4 until something works. Just keep playing c4. Bishop to b5, and then I'm going to push d5, probably. Just going to take. Rook to a5, and then I have basically every piece on earth. Oh wait, not pre-move. Not pre-move. Check. How do I win this? Guess I can actually better just play here. And then it's mate in one. Alright, good effort. We got stuck in the opening a little. Actually, up until here is probably okay. Let's see. Let's see what's going on in this opening. I don't know. Alright, I played